and I'm so happy that you're here today. If you are watching this in real time, welcome, welcome. If you're watching the replay, welcome, and welcome back for any who are not new subscribers to the channel, but all are welcome here. So I'm going to give just a few minutes for everybody to get in, and hopefully we'll have us a cool discussion this evening. Let's see what we got going on. Hey, Shawty, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How you be? Hey, Miss Yates, welcome, welcome. Oh, I am so glad to see y'all in. I know I've been so slacking. I missed you guys. I refuse to lay claim to the title of sick. I refuse to say that, but I've been a little under the weather, so it was like, let me get over here and see what's going on with everybody. Oh my goodness. Happy 1st of August. Happy 1st of August. Hey Danae, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you back in. Welcome in. Yeah. You've been under the weather too. You know what? Well, part of it's my disobedience, and I'll get into that in just a minute. But I think part of it, truthfully, is this Lionsgate portal. Oh, this weather, the heat ain't been nothing nice. My roommate works at the airport and he had a wet sounding cough the other day too. And I was like, oh, but going in and out of the heat and the air conditioning yeah, it's a hot mess. Dude, be careful with that. Please be careful with that. That's the one thing I am grateful I can say I don't have any respiratory issues right now. I've been trying to ramp down into this fast because y'all, I'm gonna need your help. I'm gonna do it. But in shutting, I've played around with intermittent fasting so long now that I've become like borderline deficient in a lot of minerals and stuff. And I really believe I just seriously like vitamin D and and magnesium and potassium deficient right now. I was starting to have bad muscle cramps everywhere. I'm used to the leg cramps waking up in the middle of the night, but then your thigh muscles start cramping and your lungs and I was sitting up there earlier trying to do my makeup and my hand was doing all of this. You said you're gonna do it with me? Headlines? Okay, I'm gonna say this for anybody. Now listen, anybody in the sound of my voice, I am not telling you what to do. I am not a nutritionist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not none of that stuff. However, if your spirit team and your spirit is leading you to fast, if you're interested in doing that and even having a little closer communication than we do here on YouTube, you can certainly go to my WhatsApp group. It's called Transformation Rebirth Ascension. It's a public group. You can join that group, and if we need to for the next however little bit, we can turn that into a little bit of, I'm just not going to stay a fasting group forever. I usually just post the things that I upload here, except the lives, and if I run into articles and things that I haven't necessarily talked about on the channel, I'll still post those videos and things there. But we can have group calls. There's a lot of things we can do on WhatsApp if you want some fasting support. But do understand we're going to be primarily fasting for spiritual reasons. Of course, I do need to lose some weight, and that will happen, but it will be primarily for spiritual reasons. It's called Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. Transformation, rebirth, ascension. It's a public group on WhatsApp. You should be able to see my icon. I hope you said you can't find it. Okay. Let me see. If you can't find it on WhatsApp, DM me on Instagram. I'm Modern Mystic Messages on Instagram too. I ain't been on Instagram in a coon's age, but I'll go on there, and anybody that's interested in that, I can send you the link directly there. I just hesitate to actually state my phone number on YouTube because we get so many trolls and stuff here. So if they're not interested enough to actually migrate there, then I just didn't want to put my phone number on YouTube. But yeah. I didn't do a video on spiritual baths, Danae, but I may do that. Give me a little time. Like I said, I've been down a few days just because I've had some physical issues that I'm working with. But if we're going into the fast, I will definitely do a video about that. I'll talk about what Yeshua told the Essenes about fasting so that we can get into that. And again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm just telling people what I'm doing, and if you choose to do that, then there will be some support there for you. I'm not trying to discourage anyone or encourage, but I have to say that for legal reasons on YouTube. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a fasting specialist, none of that, okay? But if you want that support, then we certainly can. Yeah. And yeah, she Shawty has it right here. It's Transformation Rebirth Ascension on WhatsApp. If you cannot find it on WhatsApp, then DM me on Instagram at Modern Mystic Messages, and I will give you a link to it there. Let me see. Somebody said, "Did we want to hear a joke?" Oh, ultraviolet. I'm doing the big one now. Honestly, if you haven't ever done that before, cannot encourage anybody to do that. I would not. If you've never fasted before, I would not encourage anybody to try longer than 14 days if they've never ever fasted before. Truthfully, 7 will probably get you right, because the fast that Yeshua talks about to the Essenes is a 7-day fast. So that's up to you. My guides are pushing me to do something different, because that 40 days is an initiatory fast under Lord Enki. Yeshua did the 40, Buddha did the 40, Muhammad did the 40. And I've been playing off and on with intermittent fasting and stuff, and that's not getting it. And I'm super inflamed and all that. And my guides finally just let me know, you got to do the big one. And I'm doing it publicly only because I do need the emotional support. And just like I pushed hard for 32 days to make sure I was uploading to the channel, when I first started that, I thought I could do that in lieu of the fast. Nope. Spirit said I got to fast, and I got to share my insights on the channel with you guys. So I just want to let you know what I'm doing. Me too, Ultraviolet. We're in the same spot. 13 days was as long as I've been. Yeah, I'm pushing for the 40 now. Obviously, I'm already having issues with some vitamin and mineral deficiencies. I'm gonna do what I feel is medically safe, but I am aiming for the 40. As heavy as I am, I'm pretty sure that, health wise, as long as I keep my electrolytes and my minerals up, I should be fine. Honestly, as heavy as I am, I could probably fast for 3 or 4 months under medical supervision. I wouldn't try to do that by myself, but under medical supervision, I could. Hey, Brittany, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, if you're trying to do the 21, we, like I say, each one, once we get on that group, we can kind of reevaluate if people don't, if you want to do like rolling 72s, whatever you feel guided to do is fine. It's just while I'm actually doing that, I absolutely could stand some emotional support too, because like I said, I'm starting today to absolutely headlines. This is the 1st of August, so I'm starting today. Hey, Christy, welcome in. And I'm going back to see. Somebody said something about, did we want to hear a joke? If you got a joke, if it's clean and decent, by all means, put it on in here, because we could use a good laugh. And let me see what else we got going on here. That was for Ollie. You asked if we want to hear a joke. If you're going to be serious and decent, Ollie, you can come on with it. If you're coming in here to troll, don't do it. Mods are in here and they'll get you. Y'all, oh my goodness. That's the other thing. The other night, I thought, hold on a second. All right, Captain of a Starship. Anyway, whatever. I'll talk a little more about the baths at length. Danae, I'll do a video on it. Like I said, going into this thing for a while, I'm gonna have a lot of that kind of stuff. Just basically the observations that I have, what I'm doing, how the meditations kind of shift, all of those types of things. Hey, Ghostbuster, thank you. Bro 100, yes, I do believe star seeds are real. I are one, as they say. And if you own this channel, it's a pretty good chance you might be as well. Honestly, Fritz, that's one of the reasons that I mean, and again, intermittent fasting is fine for dietary reasons, and I did that for a long time. I lost 80 pounds through intermittent fasting, but I actually wound up gaining every bit of it back when I got lax with it too. So I'm really starting from, and my body at this point, the foods and chemicals I'm putting in my body are hurting me worse than the fast would. So a lot of folks were in my head about, oh, it's not safe and you ain't gonna do. I got family. I literally cannot go spend the weekend with some of my family without them making a stink of it. If I'm fasting, they're going to want to feed me. It's like that. People all around me. So I can't make that excuse anymore. You know what I'm saying? I really got to do this. The Daniel fast is with fruit ultraviolet, and if people need to, if that's why I was saying anybody that's doing it, I'm not saying that anybody that joins the group has to be strictly doing a water fast, because truthfully, even I'm not going to be strictly doing a water fast. I will be supplementing with a lot of different things. And if I really, really feel a need to put something, just got to have something in my mouth, I have like some of the electrolyte drinks and protein drinks and things like that. I just won't be eating anything solid. And in my case, I'm not doing juicing yet because I'm very much also insulin. I'm what they call insulin resistant. I'm pre-diabetic, so I'm really trying to do a huge reset at this point. So I'm going to do no calories, no fruit, no nothing for 40 days. And then I'll go into like 30 days of raw vegan, which will be primarily like juices, fruits, and salads. Water fast, Dane, is when you only drink water. Well, in this day and time, I would, especially in the summer, I wouldn't say only drink water. Only drink water and your electrolyte and those type fasting supplements. You do need magnesium, potassium, your vitamin D, things like that. There are certain um, vitamins and minerals that you absolutely have to replenish in order to be able to fast for that long, but it's not having any solid food or anything. And typically, even on a water fast, you can have like a little tea or a cup of coffee, as long as you're not using like sugar and dairy and stuff with it. And yeah, you can reverse your diabetes. That's one of the reasons I want to do that. I'm starting to have some neuropathy and some swelling that isn't going away. I've been swelling off and on, but now I'm starting to see swelling in my feet and stuff that isn't really going away like I want it to, even when I'm putting my legs up. So I know I've flirted with disaster as long as I can. The best way, the fastest way for me to turn that all the way around is to do that hard reset with a fast. So in my instance, it's for physical reasons and for spiritual reasons. Fasting helps with just about everything, bro. 100. I would highly encourage anybody that's interested in learning about fasting, look up Dr. Jason Fung. He's really good. He has a lot of information about reversing diabetes and using with fasting and stuff as well. If anybody has someone that's dealing with cancer, I would look up Dr. Walter Vlongo's work, Vlongo. He did some things with a fasting mimicking diet that kind of helps with things like that. And also Dr. Alan Goldhammer with the True North Fasting Clinic out in California. He has a lot of really good info about fasting. There's another doctor that's in Tampa. I can't think of his name. I think he's an Indian doctor. But if you look up long-term fasting, and I'm not saying not saying it's anything wrong with looking for individuals' testimonies. But if you look up like 40-day fast or water fasting, you'll actually see some like 30, 40-minute talks or hour-long talks with these are actual doctors that have a lot of really, really, really good information out there about the medical part of fasting. So, Mark, you're going to get out of here with that. We're not here for no there's plenty of smut sites on YouTube. If you want to go there, that is not this. We talk about spirituality here. We're not on no foot fetishes and stuff. We're really not. And I would say to you, grow up, bro. Really, like seriously. You said you got a friend. You know I like headlines. Yeah, I can't think of the doctor's name, but I know the video that you're talking about. I think I know one of the documentaries you're talking about, Brittany. It was like a retreat or something, and they had a bunch of different people, but some of them were diabetics, and one of them was even a type 1 diabetic. And obviously, you can't cure type 1 diabetes, but they were able to do like the raw vegan retreat or something. That it was able to lower the amount of insulin that they needed. It was, yeah, it was pretty awesome. We are the same. We're the same because we are walking each other home. I'm telling you, I put a powerful intention out there when I started this channel to attract soul family. And even when I was drawn to tarot for my own healing, before I even considered reading for anybody else, I was being led to readers that when they started telling their story, it was so similar to the things that I've been through, like the all of the stories about all of the toxic exes and the narcissistic family and the financial ruination and it was like point for point for point. I'm like, well, damn, they've been hitchhiking along my life. Cause it feel like they was in the room with me when they're describing what they're going through. Hey, unique healer, what's up? What's up? Lo-fi rides, yeah. I ride with Lord Shiva all day. That's my dude. I call him Inky because that's his first name when he got here. So I just go all the way back to the beginning. But he is Lord Shiva. So yeah, I'm good with it. Y'all, I got to tell you, the other night, the last time we came on here, remember anybody that was here that night? The FBI came in our room, and I thought it was just somebody trolling me that had that site. Afterwards, I went and looked up the site. No, no, no. The FBI was in my live stream. I'm like, ain't this some crap? Because I ain't talking about nothing that wasn't already discussed and done like 20 years ago. But they let me know. That's not the radar I wanted to be on. So I'm going to be, you know, not going to be talking about that so much anymore. But I kind of sort of figured when we following up on what AI got to say, that it was going to be catching somebody's attention anyway. Hey, goddess of the ocean, how are you? How are you? How are you? So that's where I'm at, y'all. And for any of y'all who are still waiting on private readings, they are coming. Like I said, my hands were cramping so bad till I was literally they were like this, and I couldn't even handle the cards. So I took my supplements and stuff, and it'll calm down, and I'll be able to get them out there. Dr. B Serious or B Cyrus, I'll look him up. Let me see. I'm gonna look him up and see what's going on. As long as he don't come at me with none of that ultra militant racist stuff like Dr. Umar, I really can't do like Dr. Umar's type stuff. With the well of spirituality that I've kind of tripped and fallen into, it's my understanding that nobody that promotes that kind of racism can truly be spiritual, not in my opinion. And so when that kind of stuff really triggers me when I hear people promoting racism stuff. Okay. I just could with the name Dr. B. Cyrus, I wouldn't know. Let me see. I'm gonna write it down though, and I will try to find his page. Hold on. I haven't been to India yet, Lo-Fi, but honestly, once I'm gonna start speaking life to some of the things that Spirit has shown me over time. And truthfully, when the money get right, India is one of the places that I intend to go to and work in. It was put on my heart a long time ago to do. Truthfully, it's kind of an angel investing meets um, spiritual teacher meets crowdfunding type project. I don't even know exactly how to describe it because I haven't seen anyone do exactly what I'm talking about doing yet. But I've had a long time in hermit mode to sit and meditate and think about it, and Spirit showed it to me, and it won't go nowhere. So once the money line up, I really do feel like I will be in India at some point before it's over with. Yeah. Goddess, I wasn't planning on reading today, and only I'm talking about Holy Spirit. When I say when Spirit leads me, I'm talking about Holy Spirit. There's my spiritual team. I've got several beings that are on it, primarily Yeshua and Lord Enki, and Thoth, Archangel Michael, Archangel Metatron, and like that. But yeah. I don't have an open plan for India. I was just saying that is one of the places that I'd like to go. The first place that I'd like to go, or that I plan to go, is Japan. And I do intend to visit many of the temples and shrines and things, all sacred spaces in Japan first. And I'd love to go to Thailand and see some of the if you coming in here to proselytize, we're gonna read the scripture, but if you coming in here to proselytize, you barking up the wrong tree, Chucky baby. So we're gonna see. First of all, the fact that you sending me to First Timothy, you already barking up the wrong tree because you in Paul's house, and Paul is the Antichrist. So yeah. Let me see. Hold on. I want to visit Egypt. I need to go to, actually, before I even leave the U.S., I want to go out to Mount Shasta and out there in Arizona. I definitely want to visit there. Where in the world? This Bible, the pages are so thin. It's so easy to overlook a scripture. Here we go. Where is the scripture? I don't do open prayer here, Granados. I don't know what's going on with your issue, but I will be happy to include you in my prayers. First off, you got to find out who and what you're praying for and who and what you're praying to. You may not want me to pray for you, depending on. It was First Timothy. I'm trying to find the scripture. Let Chucky Baby. I know you deleted a comment, but I want to see the scripture because I want to see what kind of time Chucky Baby is on. Telling me about woman being XX and man being XY, but then they want to put a scripture in here, so I'm trying to see what the scripture was. Oh, here it is, 2 Timothy 2:11-14. Okay, again. Oh, that's First Timothy. Never mind. Hold on. Let's see, 2 Timothy 2. This don't even suit nobody's purpose, but I can read it. If since you want, the saying is trustworthy, for if we have died with him, we will also live with him. If we endure, we will also reign with him. If we deny, he will also deny us. If we are faithless, he remains faithful, for he cannot deny himself. Remind them of these things and charge them before God not to quarrel about words which do no good, but only ruins the hearers. That means what? Absolutely nothing in the context of what we're talking about. You said the trolls pray for casting out. That part. If he want to go to church, if you want to go to church, he's more than welcome to. And Tom B, I'm trying to tell you, we're not doing your proselytizing up in here because this is not a channel for Christian apologists. I'm not apologizing and I ain't Christian, okay? Just so you're aware, we're not starting that today. A woman is not, I don't care because that ain't what Yeshua said. That's what Paul decided and the Jews decided. All of that part. Hey, Ladybug Bugred, glad that I'm here. Bye, Tom, because you have no idea what you're talking about. Well, you a Jew, and you know what Paul? Well, you know what Yeshua said about the Jews. He told the Jews they was worshiping their father, the devil. So if you want to be a Jew and you want to continue worshiping Yahweh, the devil, then that's on you, boo. No, because I have no idea what that means, Salame. I don't know what any of that means, so there's no point me going and say you have me on here casting spells, repeating stuff that I don't know what it is. No, I'm not doing that. Hey, Natalie Rose. Like I say, he can get gone. And the crazy part is, on any given day, there's plenty of channels preaching that stuff and talking that. If that's what they want, there's plenty of them. There's somebody on live right now talking every bit of what they want to hear. So I don't know why they don't just go on over there and call it a day. You say you cannot. Oh, and my favorite ones is the ones that tell you that I should allow them to say whatever they want. Do you let anybody to just come and crash in your house and talk whatever they want to? They just walk up in your house and just take over? No. So why should I allow it just because they online? That part, headlines, exactly. If they genuinely and honestly, and that's not even about anybody being funny, because I know all 31 people that's in here right now are not on the type of time we are. But I would say to any of those people, rather than waste your precious time being rude and disrespectful to proselytize where your message is not wanted and will not be received, if you genuinely believe the things that you're saying, start your own channel, create your own lives, and attract all the people that want to hear that. Look at them. 4 of them just left when I said that. Love it. Hey, Shawanda Sheree. Happy Friday to you. Happy weekend and happy first of the month. Right? Ain't that right? Exactly. Because they don't understand I'm not making this stuff up. There's nothing that I've said on this channel yet that hundreds of other people with channels 1,000 times bigger than me haven't said too. And there's nothing that hasn't been convicted or convinced or confirmed by Holy Spirit to me. I didn't just take it upon myself to just jump out here and start saying any old thing. Yeshua led me to it. And even then, it took me several months to get over my fear of what people may or may not say or may not like, for me to get on with it and say what he done put it on my heart to say, because I understand everybody ain't gonna like it. They didn't like it when he said it. Because I really ain't saying nothing no different than Yeshua said, to be honest. Yeah. Ew. That don't sound right. That's nasty. These people genuinely had a devil over them. Like genuinely. Can you imagine a grown person actually coming into a group of people and saying something that disgusting out of their mouth where everybody could hear it, but they think because we can't physically hear it, we can only read it, and they can hide behind the internet, then it's okay. Hey, twin flame found. You found your twin? That's awesome. That is awesome. I think I had to get rid of Respect My Gamer one time before too. Dixie Normus, you on your way out too. Cause even the fact, look at the name. I ain't even just realized that what you actually had me say, and I guarantee you it's not. The fact that you got to say it, I guarantee you it's not. They do. They are riddled with dark spirits. They have become tools of the devil, and they don't even understand how and why. They really are grown people that think that that kind of immature speech and behavior is cute and appropriate. It's gross. They are monitoring spirits. It's so sad. And the sad part is, I'm hoping at some point that they're being timed out, but they can still see the channel. I know they keep coming back because something is drawing their spirit to them anyway. There's literally millions of channels on YouTube. So if they don't like what I've got to say, why do they keep showing up on our lives? Because they don't even understand that spirit is trying to lead them to the light. They just refuse to accept it. Oh, yeah, they like flies, but they stick around. They either gonna get swatted or learn something. Some of it can be ignored, Jamie, but some of it can't. Like for the most part, when the proselytizers come in, because there are people that are trying to learn the things that I'm trying to teach, and when they come in with something that flies so far against what Yeshua was teaching, I do need to correct that. I'm not going to just let it sit there. It'll either be removed or I'm going to speak on it, just because they can go mislead other people on their own time. I'm not going to allow them to knowingly mislead somebody. Original challenges, I have no idea. That's between a husband and wife, and I ain't got nothing to do with Muslims and their husband and wife stuff. That's on them. It's okay. I mean, and I get it, because a lot of folks be telling me the same things, like, oh, just ignore them. Don't worry about it. Oh, just ignore them. But there's a frequency that comes with that stuff. And if you just allow it to sit there unchallenged, if you can remove it fast enough, that's fine. But if they just keep putting it there, I'm speaking to them because I know they're still there. So if I speak a word to them, they may actually be touched. Since they keep delivering themselves here anyway, they call themselves being funny, they call themselves being distracted, but I love all humanity. So if I can give them a word while they're here that may eventually get through to them to help them stop some of that mess. I've actually taken time, not here on YouTube, but I've had scam artists come into my DMs and stuff, like on Instagram or in Messenger, and I took time to actually talk to them. And I don't know if what they did with somebody else, but I've had a couple of them that actually broke down crying and apologized and all the rest of that and went on about their bit. They are lost souls. They really, really are. And I mean, they do annoy me when they get real ugly and hateful, but for the most part, they're literally like brain damaged little children. Think about the things that they say. The people put disrespectful titles for their nicknames and stuff. They come in here talking about bodily functions and foot fetishes and all kind of nonsense. But these are grown people. They obviously got something mentally happening with them if they think that that's cute, funny, or appropriate. You can't even be but so angry with somebody that's that low vibrational and so little brain power. I mean, it's really sad. But what we gonna talk about today, y'all? Like I said, I'm glad that I did mention the fasting thing though, because that's cool for me not to, for me not to have to go it alone. That's gonna be pretty flipping awesome. And again, anybody that's coming in now that didn't hear that, this is the 1st of August. I'm starting the big fast. And again, I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a doctor, but anybody that chooses to join my WhatsApp group that wants to join for support if they're wanting to fast or whatever, for whatever time period or whatever kind of fast you want to join, then feel free to join the group. It is called Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. It is a public group on WhatsApp. That is my little group. It's a super small group. I think there's like 12, 15 people in it right now. But for the month of August, we'll be kind of fasting focused as well. Okay. Oh, good, Patricia. Cool, 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 cool. And even afterwards, how am I gonna scam somebody, Kevin, when I ain't asked nobody for nothing? Generally, scamming involves taking money from people. If someone chooses to support me in the work that I do in the channel, I do have a buy me a coffee link where they can either pay for a reading, in which case they'll get exactly what they pay for. And my pricing is way better than a lot of readers here on YouTube. Or if they choose, under the laws, universal law of compensation, if they choose to give me something just because they want to and literally buy me a coffee, that's not a scam, my dear. They're getting, trust me, you're going to get way more than $4 or $5 worth of information if you stick around on this live stream. Every time I come on this live stream, I impart knowledge that people thank me for. So I'm not a scam. Oh, you believe that if you want to. There is a such thing as karma, and well, there's a such thing as consequences. Even if you don't believe in karma, there is a universal law of cause and effect, which truthfully works out to be karma. You can call it whatever you want, but that's a universal law. Natalie and anyone else, if you wish to, I would certainly appreciate it. Like I said, it's not required, but it is greatly appreciated. There is an active link on my About page and on the home page of my channel. So if you go to my About information, if you tap that link, it'll take you straight to there. You can make it whatever you'd like. Do you see these people? To see that kind of level of ignorance don't even require me to answer to. It really don't. I absolutely do believe in Yeshua, but you gonna sit there and call people making fun of people's the way people's skin color is? That's kind of crazy. Oh, it is called Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. Transformation, comma, rebirth, comma, ascension. That's the WhatsApp group. Exactly. That we call it karma, but it is one of the universal laws. There's what, about 12, 14 of them? Something like that. Oh, Natalie, the WhatsApp group is Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the Lost Book of Enki. And oh my goodness, Natalie, in the next couple of days, I've got 2 more of the Emerald tablets to go through. There's the supplemental tablets 14 and 15. You said it's not popping up for you. If you're not able to locate the group in WhatsApp, DM me on Instagram. I don't go on Instagram very often, but I will for the next couple of days. I'll be looking out for it since I'm mentioning it now. DM me on Instagram. I'm Modern Mystic Messages on Instagram also. And once you DM me there, then I can send you a link directly to the WhatsApp group. I just don't want to put my actual phone number here on YouTube because of the trolls. Okay. I'm not a Christian, Halimtha. That's the part you don't understand. Do you not see this? Somebody came in here and said something about Lord Enki. That's one of my main guides. I walked away from Yahweh when I found out that he was Satan the devil and he's a dragon. I'm not a Christian at all. I do the right thing, Kevin. I don't need you to come and tell me that. I do the right thing. That's that part. I'm a spiritual being. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Hindu. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a citizen of the world and a follower of Yeshua and Lord Enki. I don't have to be aligned with one of them false religions to be on this earth. Just because you don't know it's false religion and you feel a need to let your worship genes stay active and do that, that's your business. But when I found out we're not supposed to be worshiping anyone, and that the ones that are putting themselves out there as gods are not actually gods, they're Anunnaki beings who lied to us and said that we're gods and keep us enslaved in that level of ignorance. If you want to stay enslaved in ignorance, go right ahead. I know better and I stepped away from it. Okay, Helinthia or Helimpha, whatever. Hey, Antoine, how are you, my love? Good to see you. Good to see you. And you a winner too, bro. I would highly encourage any of y'all who are on here at the sound of my voice, do yourselves a favor and go to Antoine's channel, Antoine's Dharma Path. If you're interested in Buddhism at all, I think he's going through the Lotus Sutra right now, and it's pretty awesome. Exactly that, but this goddess of the ocean, that's what they don't understand. They think that Yeshua was preaching Yahwism. They don't understand that he came here to tell people to get away from Yahwism. Yeah, Shannon's vlog, my gap is just fine. What's up with yours? Or your teeth? So now that's, you don't even know that some people have a gap in their teeth and some people don't. Some people have pronounced canines and some people don't. And in some areas of the world, a gap in the teeth is considered beautiful. There's no need for me to go and have a doctor close it up so I can look like somebody fake. A whole lot of Black women have gaps in their teeth, and it's beautiful, my love. And if you don't know that, I would recommend you get out a little further into the world. You're trying to be insulting and you're just making yourself sound stupid, honestly. Osprey, if you believe in hellfire, then I know you don't know the truth, boo, because hellfire is not even a biblical teaching. That's a Christian lie, yes, for sure, but it's not a biblical teaching. There is not one scripture in the Bible that honestly promotes hellfire. The scriptures that they try to use to promote hellfire is talking about destroying Satan, the devil. It ain't even for humans. Where they mention hell in Revelation, it's not for humans. It's for the devil and for death. You can't burn death in Hades in an actual fire, so that's not. You have no idea what you're talking about, Osprey, but it's okay. Exactly. They're such good Christians, but they turn around and threaten people with hellfire. But Christians are quick to consign somebody to the pits of hell and then swear up and down that they got love and they're the right thing and all that. But worshiping a monster makes monsters out of them. Yeah, their God is all about murder, death, kill. And so they quick to consign somebody to hell. There ain't not one person here that has the authority to tell me or anybody else that they're going to hell. The scriptures, them same scriptures that they wave at people, tell you, judge not, lest ye be judged. And Christians are the most finger waggingest, judgmental people you're going to ever find on this planet. It's okay, Fatima. You can, and again, when I speak harshly against people or religions, I'm not speaking against any one person, because I do understand that people get pulled into religions because of what we're programmed with from birth. I spent 40 years seriously ensconced in Christianity. And when I say knee deep in Christianity, up to my eyebrows deep, reading the Bible all week, every week, in the church every week, 3-4 times a week, seriously religious person. But the more I really began to study and learn, I was freed from that. The devil is the author of confusion, Osprey. So it's clear that he got your mind all bent up. So you're the one that's actually doing the devil's work, and you too ignorant to know it, but it's okay. And you keep on talking, you'll be removed. It's all good. I'm doing good, Esmail. Hey, Rod Dior, good to have you here. Hey, Esmon. But that's just it, Patricia. They don't forgive. I'm teaching what I teach because I know it's what Yeshua was teaching, and I try to bring clarity. And they come in here and tell me I'm going to hell for it. They don't forgive, but they didn't forgive Yeshua. They killed him. That's the part people fail to understand. These people are so stiff-necked. Even their own God told them they was a stiff-necked people, and he washed his hands of them in a couple of places in the Bible. And they still remain just as ignorant and stiff-necked as they want to be. You don't have a right to give me a warning. You really don't, because you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, I'm almost 60 years old, and I've been reading this stuff for quite a long time. I know what I'm talking about, and there have been plenty of others. Here's the thing. Most of the people that are into religion today are following behind things that are taught by lay preachers. The vast majority of Christian preachers have never set foot in a seminary. They don't even really understand the nitty gritty of what they're teaching. Their grandmama took them to the church as a little boy and plunked them in there, and they've been listening to the Sunday school lessons and then putting that little spin on it or whatever. And if you sit and all you get out of church is the Sunday school lessons, you're gonna be an ignorant somebody, because most of those preachers are more concerned with charismatic delivery. So they'll get one or two verses and they come up with a rhyme scheme and they this and that, and they'll craft a sermon, but they don't get into the deeper context of the scriptures. And so it feels good, and they work people up and rah rah and ooh, all of that, but you still don't fully understand the real history and backstory behind Christianity. Well, go ahead on. Yeah. So that's the part that people don't understand. Deadly Shade 88, I got Saphrodite, which is to bring you closer to God. It's got a little bit of carnelian there at the top. I've got my Ankh here. On my wrist, I have citrine, amethyst, lapis lazuli, and blue sandstone, um, carnelian, labradite. Yeah, that's all I got on today. It's good seeing you, Fatima. You can go ahead on and go. I'm 57. I'm not 60 yet. I'm almost there. I'm 57. Thank you. Appreciate you. You don't need from Yahweh done opened my eyes, and I walked away from him because Yahweh is Satan the devil, and I do not worship him anymore. I renounce my dedication to him. I got baptized twice to him until I understood who and what he was, Osprey. And once I understood that, there's another Elohim that the Bible don't mention by name, but was on the scene. His Yahweh's brother is Enki. He's the one that actually has love for us and was actually trying to help us. And he's the one that's mentioned in Revelation chapter 21 that's going to come back and actually help humanity after Yahweh been leading humanity so long and so wrong. Yeah, I am ex Jehovah's Witness, and I'm not ashamed to say that. I used to be, but I'm not. I got out of it. But one thing I do have to say, if you are a Jehovah's Witness, you know the Bible. Now, the world may not agree with that, but they teach the Bible. They drill it down into you like nobody's business. I was taught to read from the Bible by the age of 3 and spent hours every week reading the Bible. I promise you. A Storytime Kitchen, yeah, I always can use mods. I'll be happy to make you one. Appreciate you. Sujal is a bending. I mean, well, yeah, it's just a long bending. Hey, Lyric Hedgewood. Hey, Luscious Francis. Shachi Bowman. I hope you're going to get, you keep on, you get out of here too. Yeah, Osprey, I was a JW. I'm going to tell you how knee deep I was in it. I was baptized at the age of 14, and I actually was a pioneer for a year. I hated it, but I was trying to please my parents. So I actually was a pioneer, which means I spent a minimum of 60 hours. No, I think pioneers have to spend, assistant pioneers was 60 hours at the time. A pioneer has to spend at least 90 hours every month in full time to be considered full time service. And if they do that for a whole year, they get sent to what's called pioneer school. And I went. My daddy was an elder in the congregation. My brother-in-law still an elder. One of his friends was, I don't know if he's still on the governing body, but he was Ace Boone Coons with one of the governing body member. When I say I was up in it, I was in it all the way in it. Then been up to visit Bethel and then been to the international conventions and all that stuff. I'm not on welfare thunderclap and haven't been in ages and ages. The only time I ever had to be on welfare was when a sorry man, probably kind of like you, didn't do what he was supposed to, and he behaves in such a sorry manner that I had to get him out my house to keep myself from total financial ruination, and he wouldn't pay child support. And then I did have to go on food stamps for a little while, but I haven't been on food stamps in probably a decade and a half at least. Mio, you can't buy me a drink, but you can buy me a coffee. The link is on my about page. I'm not pulling cards today, Lyric. I had my hands, I was telling them earlier, I've been having some physical issues this week, and I have started like mega dosing some magnesium and stuff to stop the cramping, but it's so bad till I was literally at a point where I was trying to like do my makeup and do pre-shuffle the cards and stuff, and my hands were going into spasm. So yeah, I won't be doing cards tonight, but I have, like I said, I'm dosed up with my minerals and stuff. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll be able to. You listening, but you a butthead. Well, at least you know, Chachi. And honestly, that's the best way to be. If somebody is doubtful, but they're interested, all they got to do is just stick around and be quiet. I'd have been in plenty of chat rooms that people never knew I was there. You don't have to, but some of these people just can't control themselves. They just have to. Honestly, goddess of the ocean, you probably are. Your soul, there are very few new souls here during this time that we're living in. There's a whole lot of old souls and ancient souls that have been here, done this a bunch of times. Because it's just like when you playing a video game and you keep playing the level and then you out and you keep playing the level and you keep trying to advance. There's a whole lot of old souls that are here during this day and time so that they could figure this thing out, work their way through this awakening and ascension, and beat the big boss, so to speak, on this video game that we're called life. This is Earth School. People don't even understand that this is Earth School. And it's about our consciousness ascending. That's why Yeshua wanted to be the light of the world, and he was the word and all of that. And Thoth said the same thing. He said that he was not going to leave us until our consciousness expands, that whatever in this dimension, we're literally have been trapped by the powers that be, or the powers that were, I like to call them. There are factions here, primarily Yahweh and Marduk and his crew, that are not about the light, and they have kept humanity trapped here because they keep our minds stuck and our consciousness trapped. Hey, 45 on my game. What's up? What's up? No, they're all right. I think 45 on my game is cool. They just sensitive, honey, because the troll's been hot tonight, so they don't know. The mods are even more sensitive than I am. They will get them out of here with a quickness. Okay, Patricia, have a wonderful evening. I think I'm way behind, so let me see what's going on. Hey, Broken Beautiful, good to see you. I'm so far, I'm lagging. Good Lord. What do I say about people who are worried about losing loved ones? Now, this y'all might not like. I don't want to hear you say, I don't want to say, yeah, you can. I'm so far behind on them, Broken Beautiful. I still got some to do. I told them I've been down for a few days. I've been having real bad muscle spasms. It started with my legs and my thighs and stuff, and then it was like my ribs, and then it got to where my hands won't even allow me. But I'm dosing up my meds and stuff, and it'll be fine in another day or so, and I'll be able to get them done. So yeah, just email me, and you can still get in on it. I promised all the mods that they could. You had that in your feet. I'm trying to tell you, if you are having really bad muscle spasms, I I did it to myself because my eyelids started twitching. And some people say, "Oh, that's spirit," and it can be a spiritual sign when your eyelids are twitching, but it can also be a sign of magnesium and vitamin D deficiency in that part. Yeah. So anytime you're having muscle spasms, I would encourage you to consider. Again, I'm not a doctor, so if you feel like you need to go to the doctor, do that. But if it's just muscle spasms that you're having, a lot of time doctors used to tell you to take quinine, and that in and of itself can be fine. But I also happen to know that muscle spasms can be caused by magnesium and potassium deficiency, as well as a vitamin D deficiency. Those three, that vitamin and those two minerals are responsible for over 400 functions in our body, and they do work synergistically. So if you're low in any of those, it can cause that little short twitch muscle action that you'll see. And if you get deficient enough, it can start to cause actual spasm. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Now, what? Oh, we were asking, let me see. Someone had asked, what do I have to say about people who are worried about losing loved ones? This is a very tough subject because we've been programmed to really lose ourselves inside of grief. But here's the thing, and I don't mean to sound insensitive, I don't. Maybe it's my neurodivergence that makes me look at it a little differently, but let's look at it from a couple different levels. Now, the part that I never understood, if we want to look at it from the religious angle, according to religion, if that person has led a good life and they're a good person and they're a believer at the time of their transitioning, or passing, we'll say, as far as religion, because they honestly believe that these people are passing off the scene, then there's nothing to worry about. Why are we so devastated? I used to go to funerals and see people hooping and yelling and throwing themselves at the calf coffin, and oh my God, it should have been me, and all. For what? Now, I get it if it's a young child or it was a very tragic passing or sudden thing, that can be very hard to relate with. I had a sister I was super close with. Now, she had illness for years, but her actual passing was very sudden. She went to bed, and I knew she was sick, but we weren't expecting her. It wasn't like we were expecting her to leave. She just went to bed in a whole lot of pain and did not wake up. So I get it that those types of passings are very hard for us to process. But at the end of the day, we have to reach a point in our grief where we realize our grief is our selfishness. And I'm not saying selfishness in a bad way. Everybody has to deal with grief the way they have to deal with it. But if that person was suffering, or if they passed tragically through an accident, think about if, for example, if it's a horrific car accident, let's just, for an example, if they hadn't passed, what would their quality of life have been like if they survived? Because that's honestly, to my understanding, that's kind of the conversation that's had between them and their spirit team or their higher being before. It's maybe a quick conversation in the case of an instant impact, but before an individual actually leaves this planet, so to speak, or leaves their physical avatar, let's just say that there it has to be an agreement between themselves and their higher being that this is an appropriate exit point for them to leave. The email, Broken Beautifully, is modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. No weird spellings or anything. Modern Mystic Messages in the plural at gmail.com. So from the religious standpoint, if you honestly believe that somebody is going to heaven or going to glory, or they're waiting the resurrection or whatever they're going to do, honestly, you ain't going to get enough vitamin D out of a glass of milk. If you're having muscle twitching, you're not going to be able to drink enough milk to short circuit that. I would, personally, again, I can't tell you what to do. I take 50,000 IUs that once a week. They say to take it once a week, 50,000 IUs of vitamin D3, but I typically take it twice a week. And I've actually heard of a doctor taking it up to 3 times a week, but you don't want to take it every day. But I do. I can do 50,000 IUs twice a week, and it's just fine. 45 on my game. I did, well, mine was a little older than that. Mine was 30 years ago now, but I actually had a child that lived to 4 days and then passed from a lot of stuff that was going on, about 3 to 4 days. Yeah. But now from a spiritual aspect, if you actually understand that we don't actually go anywhere, we just check out of the physical avatar. It's literally like stepping out of one vehicle into another. There's really no reason for us to stay caught up in grief. Yes, of course we miss them. And yes, when it first happens, it can be tragic and we have to process our grief however we have to process it. But if you really come to understand that they've gone to, their consciousness is still around, it's just in another dimension, that they've stepped out of the vehicle, but their energy is still here, it helps to get over that grieving process a lot sooner. Some people choose to wrap themselves in grief for decades and decades and decades. For what? The people that you're grieving wouldn't even want you to do that. Appropriate grief. Yeah, miss them. Write to them if you need to. Talk to them if you need to, or what have you. But then at some point, you know, you have to stop doing that. And truthfully, staying wrapped up in our grief can keep us from communicating with them. They can still communicate with us telepathically. They can send us signs through animals and stuff if we're open to be able to receive it. But if we're so caught up in the grief of losing them that we can't see it, we're just shutting them off from us. And Goddess of the Ocean, we do need sunlight, but as far as that butter and milk thing, you have to realize the vitamin D that's put in butter and milk products, that's actually added. So you just doing a supplement with extra steps. That vitamin D is not natural to that milk, it's added to it. But the calcium's damage from cow's milk, what people don't understand, they've told us that milk, it does a body good, but do you not understand that them selling us milk like that is the reason why we got nursing homes full of people with brittle bones and broken hips? The calcium that is actually in cow's milk, it is full of calcium, but it's not bioavailable to humans. It actually causes us to leach calcium out of our bones. So drinking a whole lot of cow's milk will cause your bones to be brittle. It honestly doesn't matter. If you're going to drink it anyway, but I drink it very sparingly. And have you noticed black folks, as a general rule, don't drink a whole lot of milk? We do tend to be even more lactose intolerant than the average bear. And because it was expensive, we don't drink a whole lot of it past childhood for the most part. And we don't have as many fragile bone issues in our older age either. I'm just trying to put y'all on game. There's a lot of stuff that we're told to do that is not for our good. It did the come on, milk, it does a body good. Milk, it did the dairy farmers a body good, but it didn't actually do our bodies any good. There ain't no animal on the top side of this ground that continues to drink milk past infancy except humans. And it definitely ain't no animals on the top side of this ground that voluntarily drink another species' breast milk other than humans. Cats only drink milk because we give it to them. Milk is for babies, and cow's milk is for cow babies. We decided to go and cook and drink with it and this and that and the third, and it is delicious. I love cheese, but I have to use it very, very sparingly because I know ultimately it does not do a body good. It creates mucus in the body, it gunks up our systems, it leads to inflammation and brittle bones and pus in our system. Yeah, I love cheese. Lord have mercy. But like I say, I don't eat it like I used to. I can't. I really can't. Yep, mucus, slime, and pus. That's exactly what it is. And truthfully, if you buying it, now she was saying buying it from an organic farmer, that may be fine. That's one way to go, cause to make sure that you're not getting it full of hormones and pus and blood and everything else. But if you buying it off the shelf in the store, I promise you it's full of pus and blood and everything else. When they use those automatic milkers in them dairy farms, if you ever watched a documentary about how they milk dairy cows, and then they filter it through and all the rest of that stuff to kind of sort of get that stuff out. But yeah, their nipples be cracked and bleeding and full of pus and everything else. Ugh, nasty. And I can eat cheese without much of a problem. I just choose not to eat a lot of it anymore just because I know it's really not that great for me. But yeah, milk, I think the last time I bought some milk was because I was making a dish that I didn't want to really use almond milk for. I just, because of the flavor would have been off, but I literally only bought like a quart of it or whatever and did what I had to do with it. I've never been one that liked to drink a lot of milk. Even as a child, I would eat cereal and stuff with it, but I've learned to use like almond milk or cashew milk or something else instead and just leave it alone. Now, if I'm gonna have the chocolate chip cookies or the warm chocolate cake out the oven, yeah, I'll go ahead on. But that's like drinking a glass of wine at that point to me. It's not something I'm gonna do every day, but I like the taste of those two things together. So I would go ahead and have the milk and know that that's a temporary thing that I'm gonna do very sparingly, and then I'm done with it. I don't drink it on a regular basis. Honestly, ultraviolet, that's please do. Now that's one thing I have to say to anybody within the sound of my voice, especially if you're younger. Please take it from an old head because they get us on sugar from birth. They got even the baby formulas and all of that stuff full of sugar. They put sugar in stuff that don't even make no sense to put sugar in it. Then they tell us about drinking juice. The government on Wicca even give you juicy juice. All of them juices are dead. If they're in a can or a bottle like that, if you're not getting it fresh squeezed, any juice that can sit shelf stable for more than a week is a dead juice full of sugar. Ultimately, all it's doing is getting you addicted to it. And they've proven in the laboratory that sugar, processed sugar, I ain't talking about the sugar you get from eating whole fruit and things like that, but actual processed, that white sugar, it's more addictive than cocaine and heroin. Like for real. And it does the same thing in our bodies. Sugar does the same thing to our liver that alcohol does. We just don't feel that drunk sensation that we get from drinking alcohol. But sugar does the same exact thing to the body, is damage wise. Why do you think ultimately, if people stay on it long enough, they get fat? Then, if they stay on it even longer, they become pre-diabetic and insulin resistant. And if they still stay on it even longer, they get diabetic, and then they wind up going blind and losing their feet and going on dialysis and dying early. It's addictive, and they know that. That's why they put it in everything. It is the gateway drug, Antoine, for real. And honestly, I felt so ashamed one time because I had gone on I have to say it was a binge. It was. I had been doing pretty good on the 1 meal a day thing, but I had been way off of sugar for a minute, but I hadn't completely kicked the habit, and I hadn't done all the enemas and the this and that I needed to truly flush my system. I hadn't done a candida flush. I had just been without it for like a week or so, but I had a craving, and I forgot what it was. It was some kind of cakes and cupcakes or something, and I had it in here in the house, and of course, the more I ate, I didn't eat a little bit of it. I really went on a binge, and it had the Pepsi and the everything right along with it. And I realized I was sitting there. I had on this little plate, and realized I was at when I finished it. I was sitting there sniffing, like getting the sniffles, and I was sitting there literally tapping these crumbs like somebody would be taking little crumbs off of the plate. I'm picking up the crumbs from that with my finger and still eating them, sitting there head swimming, just like in a daze from eating sugar. It's crazy. Hey, Teresa Duro. I'm sorry, did I miss you earlier, my love? Sending you love and light too. Oh yeah, the story of time kitchen, the vegetarian thing. People, vegans get real weird, but I honestly don't even tell nobody to bother with that, because especially if you haven't been living that lifestyle all the time, our bodies get used to certain things, and we're so depleted between eating GMO foods and not eating the right things, the sugar damage, all the rest of that. Some of our bodies actually need that animal protein to be healthy. Most of the vegans that I've heard of, and there's some of them that were so dedicated, they had channels on YouTube, and they out talking about the cleansing and the fasting and out in Hawaii and doing the thing, all of that. And after about 11, 12, 13 years, almost all of them have to go back to at least pescatarianism or eating some egg protein or something for their health reasons. It is very, very difficult in this day and time, especially in America, for a vegan to get adequate nutrition just eating vegetables only and fruits only. It's very difficult. Well, see, a lot of vegetarians will still but that's what I'm saying. They categorize stuff. Some of them will still eat cheese and drink milk and things like that, and then some don't. But yeah, I don't feel like anybody should judge. I feel like we should cut down on our meat consumption for sure. We eat way too much meat, but I don't have that moral judgment. Oh, save the animals, save the this, save the that. Humans been, and again, that's people going overboard with their. It started, I don't know, somewhere between religiosity and spirituality, but even our progenitors, like I said, Enlil ate meat and plenty of it. Now I ain't saying that's right, because he was into blood sacrifice. I get that. Lord Enki was more along the vegetarian route and all of that, but within reason, within balance, do you know. 45 on my game. I just can't eat enough beans to sustain myself. I don't like them like that. And I get it, if we balance our gut biome, they won't necessarily make us gassy, but I'm real funny about textures in my mouth. I ain't really never liked the taste of, I just don't like the texture of beans. Oh, okay. Yeah, sugar coma is a real thing. And even like with the carb thing, now a lot of vegetarians or starchitarians, they get all on the pasta and stuff and then wonder why they fat. Yeah, I've seen plenty of fat vegetarians. In fact, I had a girlfriend of mine that did the vegetarian thing for a long time. And yeah, she was just, she did lose some weight, but she's still fat to this day. Yeah, country girl, it's a neurodivergent thing. I think it's certain things that I just, and they try to fix them up all kind of different ways. And I try to convince myself, oh, I'm going to be diverse and I'm going to enjoy this and that from other, and I will try a lot of different things. But some things, like for example, eggplant, I have yet to have eggplant in a way that I actually like that. I don't care who it is or how they fix it. I've tried multiple times. I don't like eggplant. I don't like okra. You know I'm gonna catch hell when I move to Ghana, right? And I ain't that wild about palm oil either. And everything they got is okra, palm oil, and yeah. So I just don't like it. He said it's not judgment, it's noting inconsistency. Yeah. No, I'm saying as far as like the vegans and stuff, when they be on that whole, they're real judgmental against people who don't want to be vegan and they get super strict and all that. First of all, I know I need to lose weight and I want to lose weight, but most vegans look sick. Like real strict vegans, I don't want to look like that. So yeah. Yeah, and with the commercial farming, since the industrial revolution came along, people don't understand that, say for example a tomato, it's full of what's it, lycopene and this and that, all the stuff that it's got in it. But a tomato grown today off of a commercial farm does not have the same level of nutrition that a tomato grown 150 years ago would have had. They just don't. These lands, our lands have become seriously stripped. The soils are depleted. With the genetic modifications and stuff, they modify that stuff not to give us more variety and flavor. The whole purpose behind genetic modification is so that the foods will last longer on the grocery store shelves and they can tolerate pesticides better. That's all. You hope I end my connection to the goddess. I don't know why you would hope that, but okay. You can hope whatever you like, but you can hope in one hand and you know what they say in the other, right? Because I'm not going to end my connection to Lord Enki or Shiva, whatever you want to call him. Nor am I going to end my connection with Yeshua and Thoth. Nor am I going to end my connection with Ninhursag, Isis. So, hey, Okachukwu. Bye, John. You don't know what you're talking about. You really, really just wanted to come in here and have some foolishness to say. So you can go in timeout. That's what you can do. Hey, Metal for life. Love for you too, dear. Hey, Sandy the 53. Hey, Kelly Payne. I don't know. I don't know, Okachukwu. You more than welcome to subscribe to the channel, and I hope you get some good information from here. We're just having kind of a freestyle. I don't know. We're talking about whatever anybody wants to within reason here. Right now, we're talking about food stuff and dieting because I said that this is the 1st of August, and I'm starting the big fast today. So we kind of got on fasting and diet and that kind of stuff. Now, honestly, and I get that, Teresa Duro. You just have to kind of not think about it because that's the society that we live in. Unless you're gonna get out there and harvest all your own meat and do the whole ritual stuff over it and all of that. the thing that you can do with that to get over feeling bad about it is thank it before you eat it. Thank it for having. But you also have to realize, especially if you live in America, almost all of the food that we eat in America, as far as meats and stuff, is specifically bred for that purpose, except the wild caught fish that we get. But every bit of that food at that point, it would not even be in existence if it were not going to be bought for us to unalive it and eat it. Now, that's not a real cool quality of life per se for an animal that's raised under those circumstances, but it is a very short one. Think about it. I think the chickens that wind up in our pots have a life cycle of about 30, 45 days, maybe 6 months if they're getting layers or roasters out of it. Okay, Sandy, the 53, that's on you. I don't know what that's all about, but okay. Well, and I get that. I mean, if that's what you want to do for your business, that's fine. But truthfully, again, some folks want to get all up into that. But if it really bothers you killing animals for food, why would you look into meat for a business? Think about what you just said. That's not you're wanting to make it better, but ultimately you still gonna be just killing a bunch of animals for food. So if it really bothers you that we kill animals for food, why would you want to make killing animals for food or raising animals to be killed for food a business? Honestly, curated by Malachi. We touched on that earlier, but most of the ultra religious trolls got bored and left, so I'm really not trying to stir that energy back up. We're gonna leave that right where it's at because they be out there. We know they're angry. We know they're violent. They worship a violent, angry God. So they're only doing what their God has led them to do. And I say that with my full chest because we talk about that a lot on this channel. That Yeshua literally was telling the Jews, and ultimately it spills over into the Christians too, because the Christians have chosen to worship the same God that the Jews were worshiping. They just call him something different. But Yeshua was literally telling these people, you do not know the God that you're worshiping. You're worshiping the wrong Elohim. The Elohim you're worshiping is the devil. He is a liar. He is all of that. Look at John 8. Go read John chapter 8. You'll see. Thank you, General Lockboy Kush. Appreciate you. Well, Ned, you can get up out of here. Goodbye. You can stop it because you in my house. You don't tell me what to do. I don't know what he talking about. Anyway. Okay, you welcome to believe in whatever you want to believe, Pathway. It's a lot of people that believe a lot of stuff here on this planet that is not true. That's why I'm speaking up and teaching what Yeshua was teaching and what he told me to teach. So you're welcome to believe whatever you want to believe, but that don't make it the truth. It just means it's what you choose to believe. Oh, okay, Teresa Duro. I thought you did say it bothered you. My bad. Oh, hey, unique goddess. I didn't even see you come in. Or What's up, sis? Cisco, you on some foolishness is about to get you up out of here. There's no reason for me to be in a pool above 5 feet anyway. I'm not an aquatic animal. I'm a human being. So there's no need for me to be in a pool. Hi, Jess, or hi, Freddie, whichever. Oh, Lord. If you keep spamming pathway, you're going to be believing and being timed out. There's no need for you to keep saying that. You're yelling in here, but ain't nobody trying to hear that. And first off, the absolute truth of what? There's no absolute truth. That's what gets most people stuck because they believe in the religions they've been given as children, and they believe that's the absolute truth, and it's an absolute lie, but they believe it's the absolute truth, so they close their minds. I didn't say I couldn't swim. I said there's no need for me to go over in the pool that's over 5 feet, and there isn't. I never told you I couldn't swim, Cisco, and that ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Thank you, unique goddess. Appreciate you. Hey, Arctic Fox goddess. Yep, yep, yep. I'm kind of excited though, because today is, wait a minute, isn't the day Friday? Is it? Yeah, oh goodness, I'd have messed around and let the whole week scoot past me again. Archie Riverdale, I'm good. How are you? I hope you're doing well also. We're going to definitely get through the compendium of the Emerald Tablets though this week. We really are. And then we'll be on to the 12th planet, and I'm excited. I am. I'm doing good. I am. Like I said earlier, I I've been a little under the weather. I could say I rebuke sick. I'm not calling. I refuse to call it sick because I really wasn't sick. Just like I said, just a little under the weather. But part of it can be chalked up to the Lionsgate Gateway. Those energies. There's a lot of cosmic events that are happening, and I can't remember. Oh, I wish I had written it down. I think I'm gonna post a video. It's not my reading, but it was a channel that I bumped into on the I was looking for something else, and I'm gonna post it on the community tab though. But it was going a lot into the energies and like some of the cosmic events that are happening through this Lionsgate Gateway. I'm not super on to like the astrology and stuff. I believe in it, but I'm not and I don't understand it well enough. I haven't studied it enough to speak with real authority on it. That's why I kind of shy away from some of that. But K Moon and then this other channel, I can't remember the name of it, but I'll look in my history and find it and link it because it had an awesome cancer reading. And it did like all of the signs with the energies of the Lion's Gate. And I thought, wow, yeah, that's kind of something that the family might need. I do read Tarot Moonlight. I absolutely do. I just in the evening time, I hadn't been reading it. We get in the evening because I read tarot, but I also do some spiritual teaching on some other subjects. We go into the Bible. We go into the ancient texts. We've done the Lost Book of Enki. We've done the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. We're finishing up the compendium of the Emerald Tablets this weekend, and we'll be going into Zechariah Sitchin's 12th planet, and actually the whole Earth Chronicles series with Zechariah Sitchin. But we are going to start with book one, 12th planet, by Monday. And so in the evening times, I try to keep the conversation primarily towards the spiritual. We were talking about dietary and health stuff because I'm starting a fast today, and several of us are starting one. But I do also read tarot. If you subscribe to the channel, I do have several readings on there, and I will be reading some more this weekend. I am going to try to get on live for a little tarot, do a couple of sessions for a contribution. I don't have everything on the, yeah, all the things that we've talked about. Like I put in like the Emerald Tablets is a separate playlist. Um, the Lost Book of Enki is a separate playlist. When I start doing the 12th planet, it'll be its own playlist. And I even separated the tarot readings. I've got a playlist for tarot readings. I also have a playlist called Modern Mystic Loved Ones, and that's just the talks that I've had based on what I've seen in meditation and videos I've seen or information that came to me, however, with me just sitting and kind of talking. That's a separate playlist as well. Yeah. I'm starting to fast because, well, for a couple reasons. Part of it is health reasons, but even more importantly, I am in an initiation period. A lot of folks here that have been kind of drawn to this channel are in an initiation period, and it's come to my attention that the 40-day fast is an initiation under Lord Enki, and I'm being called to do it. I've been called for a long time to do it, but I tried to convince myself that it was me, just had that idea, or I really didn't have to do it, or I could do it another way, or I could do intermittent fasting, all those different things. I try to talk myself out of it, and my guides have told me, nope, you're going to do that fast. So, yeah. So that's why, yeah. Archie, I have spontaneously astral traveled. I shy away from it. The last astral travel, hey, Ala- Alugwabemro, Elijah, yeah, I can say Elijah. Hi, welcome to you. Hey, Grayson, you said you want to fast. You had to fast for 24 hours and then ate. You want to fast some more, whenever you like. If you're called to do that, then do that. Like I say, I'm not a doctor, nor am I a nutritionist or any kind of fasting professional. So I'm not telling anybody to go do it. But if your guides are leading you to it, I do encourage you. There's a lot of doctors that do actually have. Oh, thank you, Natalie Rose. I appreciate you. She just bought me a coffee. Appreciate it. Um, but there are a lot of like Dr. Walter Flongo, but he talks about fasting or a fasting mimicking diet in connection with cancer treatment. Dr. Alan Goldheimer of the True North Fasting Clinic out in California talks about the benefits of long-term fasting. Um, oh, I can't think of his name. I just mentioned him earlier. There's a Canadian doctor who was like a diabetes specialist, but he talks about, if you look up fasting on there, then you can find some really good professional information to help you. And then, of course, there is a spiritual aspect behind it too. Hey, Leroy, how are you? Um, with the astro travel though, yeah, I did it spontaneously, and I didn't have the first two times I did it. Well, the first time I didn't even know I did it. I thought it was a game. I thought it was a dream until years later, but it was so real to me. You're welcome, Ariane. Yeah, you're welcome. Um, the first time I did it, I thought I was dreaming until years later, and it just seems so real. And it's so weird because I was telepathically linked to a guy that I was talking to um, in another country. He actually was Egyptian, and it's weird. At first, I didn't even understand that we were telepathically linked until I could no longer deny it. And I don't even need to get into all of the ways that I figured that out, but we were linked, and then we kind of grew apart. Yeah, I remember you saying that, Antoine, but she was asking me about that. Um, I was in the first travel that I'm aware of having done. I was somewhere, I believe, in Palestine. And the reason I say that, because I was in a building that was like the windows were blown out of it. It was completely empty, and it was nighttime. And I thought I was in the building by myself. It was like a multi-story building. And I looked over, and there was a girl sitting over like in a pony wall inside the building, and she was sitting there crying and scared. And then I looked out And in the nighttime, I could see a plane coming toward us, and it was laying down night fire. Now, again, I don't watch a whole lot of military movies or whatever. I don't even know how I knew that that's what I was looking at, but I could feel it. I could see the light from it, and I could tell it was coming straight towards us. And in that particular travel, I don't know how I did it, but she was crying and she was scared. But I just literally went. We never said anything to each other, and that's the weirdest part. But I went and wrapped my arms around her, and then all of a sudden, instead of being in that building as that plane was approaching, we were up on a grassy hill somewhere, well away from all of that. And I just looked at her and she smiled and thanked me or whatever, and then I left. And then later on, when the guy that I was telepathically linked, I found out he married a Palestinian girl, and I just kind of knew that that was her. That was the reason. As soulmates, that's why we had met up in life, was because for whatever reason I was supposed to spare his. Well, she's his wife now, but yeah. And then the next time I remember doing it, I had just met up with a mentor, and he was, teaching me how to clear my chakras and do all of that stuff and doing spiritual baths and all. And I had just really started doing that, and had a bit of a Kundalini awakening. It was still kind of idle and rough, but I remember going to sleep one day, and he had said the next time that I went out, I was dating. At this time, I was dating a guy that was here in the States, but he used to tell me that he called it dream walking. He said that I dream walked to him, and I was not aware of it at all. But he said he could always tell when I was present because it is weird. He said it smelled like strawberries and milk. I don't know what that means, but anyway, but he could tell that I would be literally visiting him in the dream state, but he wasn't asleep. But I went into a spontaneous astral situation, and I asked to go be taken to the Akashic Library. I was just kind of tripping because it's like I was out in space, but it wasn't dark and it wasn't silent either. And I was just kind of loving the music, that kind of tinkly sound and the colors and all that good stuff. And the moment I asked to go to the Akashic Library, it was like I was taken off, and then my daughter's dog woke up. The jangling of her collar woke me up, and I was like pulled back into my body. And then the very last time I astral traveled, I was I got out of my body, and immediately my deceased grandmother appeared to me. And the reason I said it like that, because I've had reanimation dreams with her, and she comes to me in my dreams and stuff. But in this particular one, I got out of the body, and when I looked back at my body, she was laying next to me in the bed, and she was deceased. That's the first time. I mean, she passed when I was like 15 years old, but that's the first time she had ever appeared deceased in the dream. And I felt like something was off, and I was trying to get back in my body, and it took me quite a few minutes. I was kind of frantic, and I could hear like the heavy breathing and stuff, and I could not get back in. And after that, I refused to. I didn't pursue astral travel anymore. Are you always this ignorant, Nandor? I said she passed when I was 15 years old. She lived to be 98 years old. Okay? She appeared in my dream state. Such a jerk. Bye. I don't see how you could be so ignorant, but you on your way out of here too. You said, why you return to your childhood home when you're on the astral plane? It might be something there for you that you need to see. I mean, I don't necessarily go on the astral plane to my childhood home, but in meditation, for a while I didn't. And then for a while I hit a series where I was going back to my childhood home a lot in meditation and in the dream state. But it was a lot of stuff that I needed to resolve about my childhood. Hey, Empress Nana. Um, but Antoine, I think for me anyway, I genuinely had kind of shut a lot of childhood trauma kind of behind an iron wall about a foot thick, so to speak. We're always told, suck it up, walk it off. Big girls don't cry, big boys don't cry. Somebody's got it worse than you, this and that. They don't, what happens at home stays at home. It ain't as bad as you think. And we refuse to even acknowledge the traumas that we went through. But by the time I got around to about the fourth or fifth dark night of the soul, I had kind of dealt with all of the surface stuff around me and resolved the issues with ex-boyfriend, baby daddy type drama and that kind of stuff, and dealt with the religion thing and that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking it's all over and done, but I keep getting pulled back into deeper layers of quote unquote dark night. And I reached a point where I had to go back and face some of the dramas and traumas and look at them in a different way than I had ever been able to look at them before. I had closed that stuff off and I said I was cool with it and I blessed all my mess. And to some degree I had, but to some degree I needed to look at it from a different aspect. Every bit of spiritual elevation that you get allows you to see those things from a different angle. And I was able to go back for the first time and actually unlock some of that childhood stuff and actually face it and be like, you know what? I need to stop fooling myself. Some real shit happened back there. Some really uncool stuff happened back there. And it shaped the rest of my life. There's just no way around that. I can pile all the blame on myself, but at the end of the day, all of the blame wasn't mine. There were some things that happened in childhood that changed the trajectory of my life. And just even being able to see that and acknowledge it was a layer of healing that I really, really needed. Absolutely, headlines with a voice. A lot of people don't understand that they have buried or attempted to bury childhood trauma underneath food. They don't even know that that's the body trying to protect the inner child. I didn't realize that either. And that's why I said I had to go back and address some of that stuff. I had a seriously narcissistic mother. And my dad was her supply, but they fought like the Lockhorns. Like, they didn't physically fight, but when I tell you, I woke to the sound of screaming, literal yelling, screaming, cursing, screaming in my house every single day from the age of 3. And yet, when they got up and dressed up and all of that to go down to the Kingdom Hall, for everybody out there in the street thought we had a happy, blessed life, and everybody at the Kingdom Hall thought we had a happy, blessed life. And I was literally traumatized from a tiny child, hearing that level of fussing and yelling and screaming and carrying on all day, every day. Horrible things they said to each other. And then if I didn't, they trying to pit me in the middle between their battles. And if I didn't side with my mother, then it was a problem. And she was the one that would turn around and beat me. And I ain't talking about, I've had my mother swing an axe at my head. Tell me that ain't trauma. You know what I'm saying? Now, she didn't actually hit me with it, thank God, but she threatened to, because she said I was being fast. I've had a situation where, as a young person, she turned around and brought me in the room, made me strip, and did an exam to show my older sister how to check to see if her daughter's hymen was intact by making me come in and get undressed and showing her how to see mine. That's trauma, people. And then turned around and told me, yeah, that part you need. I'm trying to tell you. And even had relatives, her grandchildren came to stay with us every summer for 4 or 5 summers running, and got actually assaulted by them. My own nephew, yes, that stuff. And can't really tell nobody because you'll get blamed for it, or they'll be looking at you even closer. all of that kind of stuff. And for a long time, I just, SS Plymouth, are you blind or just stupid? You don't see a blonde hair nowhere on my head. You see a scarf. You will start feeling better. Like I said, those were the things that I'm saying now, I couldn't even say before because I would be so busy. I didn't even want to acknowledge it because, like that sort of thing. And to then to have to realize, because again, I've always blamed myself for my poor choice in men. But I was like, considering the things that I went through and kind of it was literally thrown out there into the world overnight, basically, it's no wonder that I became low hanging fruit for some serious energy vampires. I was green as grass, raised in that cultish type, super restrictive religion, trying to go out and do and be different when they finally put me out because I didn't want to knuckle under to their belief systems no more, and I was thrown out into the world completely unprepared for it. And Lord have mercy, did they have a field day with my ass? That part. And I still had to get to where you can't forgive something and heal from it if you can't acknowledge it. So for me to even be able to say those things without bursting into tears or being too embarrassed to say it and all of that, that was a level of healing for me, like big time. It has. Honestly, Arctic Fox Goddess, that's the only reason I'm willing to say it is because I realized, I didn't realize, Yeshua showed me that my transparency will be very relatable for other people. And part of my walk, even though I went through a whole lot of stuff, like I said, my wisdom is that been there, done that, got a t-shirt and 2 trophies, school of hard knocks level of wisdom. But in being able to work my way through it and still be able to smile, it'll help other people short circuit or be able, not short circuit, to be able to wade through their stuff and be able to see it, navigate it, and heal it. I'm doing it now, X Clean KX. I didn't for a long time. Like she said before, this is how people wind up looking like me. Complete body dysmorphia, completely checked out, not understanding that the eating that they're doing is emotional eating because they can't even see themselves. I went through a phase one while with my youngest child's father, other than like the cursory standing in the mirror to make sure I didn't have, spinach in my teeth or whatever, I would get ready for work. But for 2 or 3 years, I couldn't really even look in a mirror. And then all of a sudden, one day, for whatever reason, I did look in a mirror and I didn't like what I saw. And I had to leave him. As uncomfortable as it was, I went ahead and was able to do that because, quite honestly, and this was 20 years ago, but for that time period, I looked older then than I do right now because trying to stay with him was mentally, spiritually, and emotionally wearing me down that bad. And it wasn't until I realized that I didn't like the kind of parent I was becoming that I had to get out of that and do something about it. But even at that, it takes years to get over that stuff. It just does. You said everything is wrong, and all the while you were saying God is love and you hated yourself. And honestly, that's what religion will do for you, because religion tells you you ain't shit, you dirty, God is right, all that mess that they preach and all of that good stuff, that's all right, and you're wrong, and no matter what you do, you're gonna be wrong regardless. And you ain't did nothing wrong. But now that I reached a point where I was able to, little by little, the biggest thing, X Clean KX, as far as comforting and empowering my child self, it started for me probably around Well, the tower, my big tower moment happened in like end of 2018, beginning of 2019, when my ex really kicked the slats like all the way out from under me. If it had not been for a very dear friend, I would have been homeless in the street, lost everything overnight. Like everything. I didn't even know that his main thing he had been hiding from me all this time was gambling that was way out the way. And that's its own whole other story. But when I was thrown into that hermit mode, the first way to start comforting and empowering my child self was to protect my adult self. Once I started recognizing and being honest with the toxic people that were still around my adult self, I had to clean house. And I got a whole hell of a lot of toxic people out of my experience. I used to go along to get along because I wanted to be, over giving, over sharing. You know the empath drill. No, they keep lining up. They will tap a vein and latch on like nobody's business. As long as you got something to give, they're going to be there to take. And I did that. So the first step to empowering my child self was to take care of and protect my adult self. And once I did that, I realized I was in. Oh, thank you, Kata Dragon. Once I did that, it allowed me to start to, like, say, really embrace shadow work, like sitting down, devoting my time to the meditation. And I can't even say it's 15. I ain't never been a 15-minute a day meditation person. When I started doing it, I wanted to meditate until I connect. So I didn't really set a time for it. I within reason, of course, but typically when I sit down to meditate, I have at least an hour on my hands to do so. And there were times when I really went into that hermit mode thing and made up my mind that I need to fix this, I need to heal this. Sometimes I'd be in meditation an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours a day, whatever it was, wherever spirit took me. Meditate in the morning, come back and meditate again in the evening. I spent a lot of time going within, and it allowed me to forgive those people, and then forgive myself. And once I was able to do that, then I realized I had to go back and rescue my inner child. And so I had to go back and look at my childhood stuff. Oh, I didn't see the question headlines. You didn't have to hide them. If they come back, you can allow the question. I may or may not have wanted to answer, but I would have tried to see. But you said nope, you ain't want to interfere with the conversation. Archie, can you ask your question again? Because I didn't see it. I'm willing to entertain it as long as it's respectful. She didn't mean to hide it right away. Can you type your question again, Archie Riverdale? Now, if it's crazy, we're going to hide you again. Just know that. But I'm just saying, if it isn't, we'll be fine. You said you listen to tell you enough truths to keep you believing, but the goal is to ruin you. If you believe that, then that's okay. If you believe that, then what would be the point of anybody trying to healing unicorn? I didn't say listen to all. The gospel says we're estranged from God. Jesus forgave us, and now we can be with him. He teach us to love each other. What do you think? He did teach us to love each other. But he didn't tell us that he didn't say we're estranged from God. He said the Jews was worshiping the wrong God. He said you do need to get to know the right Elohim because you're worshiping the wrong Elohim. That ain't estranged. It's been lied to and bamboozled in our ignorance. We're worshiping the wrong Elohim. And he said, cut that out and believe like he does. Follow him. He did forgive us, and he said he don't judge us. But he said that the way for us to actually be quote unquote saved is to believe like him, not like Yahweh said, to believe like Yeshua. And Yeshua did not believe in worshiping Yahweh. That's the part. That's why I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing. That's the entire reason why I'm willing to put up with the trolls and the haters and all the rest of that. Because I know they don't know. It took me 50 years to read that scripture and find that out. Or 47. I've been reading the Bible since I was 3 years old, and it took me till I was 50 years old to even begin to see the travesty, the irony, the misleading points that is Christianity. And then turn around and get enough conviction and strength of my conviction to be willing to say it, knowing that a lot of people are going to misunderstand and come for me and got a lot to say about it and all that. You didn't say anything wrong there. You didn't. It's just we do have a lot of trolls. So if, like I said, the mods, if they feel like you coming with something crazy, they'll hide it in a minute. But it's fine. Okay. What scripture? Chawanda Sheree, John chapter 8 is where Yeshua tells us that that's not the right Elohim. I'll read it right here. You can look it up too. I read it quite often on this channel. I love the Gospel of John because John actually met Yeshua. Matthew, Mark, and Luke most likely did not. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke have been seriously tampered with, and the reason I know that is because the story of the Last Supper is almost verbatim in all three books. It's word for word the same in all three books, even though those three books were supposed to be written by three separate men, and they were written 60 to 110 years after Yeshua walked the earth. But yet they all remembered that one event exactly the same way, word for word, and there ain't no way. It ain't no way that three people gonna tell the same story the exact same way, word for word, 100 years after it happened. So that's why I go to the Gospel of John a lot. You're welcome, dear. In John chapter 8, I'm starting here at verse 42. Yeshua said to them, if Elohim were your father, you would love me, for I came from Elohim and I am here. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because you cannot bear to hear my word. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, and he does not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I tell the truth, you do not believe in me. That don't require interpretation. It don't require nothing. It's in plain words. Yeshua was not talking to the Pharisees. He was not talking to the Sadducees. He was speaking directly to the Jews who worshiped Yahweh. So when Christians turn around and worship Yahweh too, they're worshiping the father of the lie. The scriptures tell us that the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one, and that is the absolute truth. 75% of the world right now is worshiping Yahweh in one form or another. Islam, Judaism, Christianity. And look at the world we live in. All the good Muslims, all the good Christians, all the good Jews, and they all out there fighting and killing some damn body in the name of their God. When you worship a monster, it makes monsters out of us. Yeshua told them to stop. And they were so mad about that they literally had him unalived for it. And then 300 years after they unalived him, the same people, or the same organization basically, that unalived him turned around and put together this book with all of these truncated stories, the Anunnaki stories from the Eden story, the genes of Isis, and all the rest of that stuff. They put all of this stuff together to create a narrative, and they sold it to the world by using Yeshua as the mascot. That's the hypocritical part. Christians quick to call somebody a hypocrite, but the real hypocrisy is that they took this beautiful prophet and martyred him, and then knit him in the middle of a satanic lie to keep promoting Yahweh worship on this planet. And it wasn't a natural thing. People didn't automatically accept Christianity. The church went around with armies, literal armies. Go look in your history classes, go look up the Inquisition and the Holy Wars. They unalived 80 million people around this planet to install Christianity around the earth. That's why people are still Christian. It ain't because it's the truth. They changed his name and his appearance. You're correct. That brown-haired, white-looking Jesus that we see, that is Caesar Borgia. That was a Roman leader's son, nephew, somebody. He wanted to be the first white pharaoh, and the Egyptians wasn't having it. So he ran to the Council of Nicaea to get a foot in the door anyway. So since they wouldn't make him a pharaoh, they turned him into the Christos. But that was not the image of Yeshua. Yeshua was a Jew by birth, Essene by religious faith, or Edomite by faith, but definitely not a white Roman. But that's, again, we talked about that on the channel too. I can't even get mad about that. When the underdog want to make a power play and they're going to create a whole religion, of course they're going to make the star of the show look like them, even though they know he wasn't. He was born in Israel. There's no way that Jesus looked the way that they present him to be in all of the so-called Christian artwork that we see. But they had to paint him to look like that because they went around the world to convince everybody that God looked like them. If they had actually made Yeshua the way he appeared to be, most likely a black man, a fairly dark melanated individual, at the very least, a kinky haired Jewish individual, thick lipped, thick nosed, and all. But if Yeshua actually looked like us, they wouldn't have been able to sell the whole racism lie that had us all so stuck for several thousand years. Think about that. Racism and religion go hand in hand in all three of them religions. They got a whole thing in Exodus and Leviticus giving instructions about how the slave is supposed to behave and how the slave master is supposed to behave. It's right here in this book. Where can the true God give you a manual for slavery? That part. And we believe it because why? Because they plunked our little butts in the pew when we was 2-3 years old, and they've been programming it and drilling it into us ever since. And we get so used to having the evils of Yahweh whitewashed over us, and having the pastors telling us that all this sick, nasty, twisted, evil stuff that Yahweh does is good and fair and proper and it's the right thing. And we started believing it. Yahweh killing whole armies of people, and we standing back going, "Oh, that's wonderful. He's sticking up for his people. Praise God. It's a wonderful thing." What? You said, do I think the Jews had something to do with the fact that of course they did. They did not want, if you read the Gospel of John, X King KX, the Jews wanted Yeshua unalive. They wanted him unalive bad. But they also knew from the things that he was doing and saying and the miracles that he was performing and all of that, they strongly suspected he might actually be the prophesied Messiah. So they didn't want to get their hands dirty doing it themselves. That's why they delivered him up to the Romans. The Romans, and honestly, there's a passage in there where Pilate is talking to Yeshua, and he said, "I can't find any wrong in this man." And they had a tradition that when they were coming up on the Passover, on the Sabbath, that they would free one of the people that was supposed to be executed, that they would free one of them. And he said, "Why don't I free this man to you? I can't find any wrong in him." And they raised hell and said no. They would rather have one of the robbers or one of them other ones that they know was guilty of something released than Yeshua. They insisted that Yeshua be tied on that tree. Hey, Sicephaly. I'm sorry. Sicephashi? Tristan. Hey, Tristan. I'm going to just call you Tristan. I'm so sorry. Exactly, bro 100. He absolutely was not white. That much we do know. There is, oh my goodness. If I can find it, if it hasn't been removed, there's a couple of things that I'm gonna pin. I may even do another video about it. Look for it, not as a live stream, but actually upload a video. But there was a documentary done about a decade ago now. The oh my goodness, the BBC did a documentary called Jesus Was a Buddhist Monk. That was really good. And there's a teacher, Dr. I can't even call his name. I'm gonna have to see if I can. Dr. Ray Hagen's. I don't even know if the talk is still up. It was done again over about a decade or so ago, but he was talking about a lot of this stuff and about Caesar Borgia and the history and all that. If I can still find that talk, thank you. I don't even look at whoever that was. If I can still find that talk, I'll either pin it in the community tab or do a video and link it to it so you can get a chance to see these things. Because truthfully, that's the information that we need to know. These, and again, I feel so bad because I don't know if they get hidden, if they can still see what's going on the channel, and they might learn something. But they definitely not going to be allowed to come in there and spew the nonsense that they spewing. So I get why they're being hidden, but I really wish people would just be quiet and chill and go check this stuff for themselves. That's the part that gets me. They come in here and want to come at me as if I don't know what I'm talking about. And I encourage everyone, don't just take my word for it when I'm saying these things. I've been reading about this stuff for a decade or more now, but yeah, I get it. It's hard to believe some of it, but if you don't believe it, rather than coming in here spewing the elementary Sunday school version that you've been told because you're just having a fit and stomping your feet, go check it out for yourself, because I'm not saying nothing that ain't been said. Rudolph Steiner was telling us literally 100 years ago that in Genesis 2:2, when it says, "Let us make man in our image," and the Lord God that they talking about in Eden, he said that that was two different beings, that it wasn't just one Elohim they was talking about 100 years ago. And people still arguing with me like I'm talking about something brand new and don't know what I'm talking about. The Bible scholars know it. Here's the crazy part, and this is the part that I wish they would stick around and understand. I've talked to several seminary trained preachers and teachers, priests or whatever over time. And a true seminary trained priest will tell you that the things that I'm saying are absolutely true. They're taught all of that in seminary, but they're also told not to teach it from the pulpit lest they confuse the people, aka lest people actually learn the truth and stop dropping their tithe off to them. Because if we understood the truth, the jig would be up for Yahweh tomorrow. There would be no need for to keep going to church and paying them people all your money. Yeah, exactly. They're so used to the dark, they fear and hate the light. Absolutely. Oh, I don't doubt that the Black Madonna. And here, that's the thing they don't understand, Antoine. Everything they hide all of that artwork and stuff, but they know about that. They literally got whole museums full of artwork showing the Madonna is black, Yeshua is black. They got jewelry over in Europe, that all of that stuff. They know that. But again, they keep these agendas going and suppress things to keep people stuck and confused and doing these binding spells and ritual magic that is Christianity. That's the part people really get offended when they come. Oh, you're not supposed to be doing no divination, and your tarot cards is evil, and divination is evil, and da 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 da. And I'm like, you don't even understand the spell work that's all wrapped up in Christianity. Exactly. Exactly, unique goddess. And what they don't even understand, even white folks, is black. They just they bred themselves out of their dominant features so that their recessive traits have become their dominant traits. But they all started out as black folks too. Anyway, thank you, because and there's the other thing that I have to deal with too. These people, some of them are so sanctimonious and sacrilegious that they feel like because I'm overweight, I don't have the right to teach anybody the truth. No, they wasn't trying to help me. I'm not trying. Rocco, he was silenced because he was being disrespectful. He coming here talking about because I'm overweight, I don't have the right to teach the truth. Go tell TD Jakes that his fat ass been running around for the last 30 years making millions of dollars. But they gonna come in here and clown me about my weight because they don't want to listen to what I'm saying. They were being rude, and there's no reason I have to tolerate that level of rudeness in my house. That's why they were silenced. I don't have to put up with disrespect from you or nobody else. And if you feel like I'm silencing people who disagree, fine. Because if I came in their house with something they don't agree with, they would silence me. And it should be. You don't get to walk into a classroom and show your behind. You don't get to walk up in a stranger's house and show your behind. You definitely can't go stand up in Congress or the White House or the courthouse or nowhere else and just spew whatever you want to and show your ass in the name of freedom of speech. Try it if you want to. You're going to get your behind locked up, Rocco. That part. So why should I have to allow it? And Satguru ain't skinny neither. That's again, what difference, what does it have to do with what I've been able to read and understand? Because you don't like the way my body looks, you're saying I'm not qualified to teach nobody nothing? What about all the fat doctors out there that's saving lives, or fat nurses? They're not qualified to save nobody's life because they overweight. And there's plenty of doctors and nurses that are overweight. They're the ones that are dealing with the body. You won't go tell your doctor that. Thank you, Angie D. Rocco was just here trying to troll too, child. So I ain't paying no attention. Like I said, I addressed it because if I were a different type of person, I knew that some of this was going to happen, and they were going to come to me to some degree. When I first agreed with Spirit that I would go ahead and do this, because like I said, I didn't want to be seen and come out there and do all of that. These people act like I don't know I'm fat. But I did want to make sure, as a tarot reader, I see a lot of women out here that got their boobs all out and they sitting up in their little skimpy camisoles and they this and they that, showing their titties and doing all. And I'm not that kind of a teacher. And here's the crazy part: if I did that, none of these clowns would say a word. They'd be sitting right here to watch my titties all night. This ain't the titty show, though. This is supposed to be teaching somebody something. That's not who I am. I know you do, right? It makes you not even want to show your face on camera, because even if you are a decently endowed woman, no matter what you put on, somebody gonna come in here and want to tell you to turn around, bend over. They want to see your toes. They want to see you. Like what? Exactly. Go over there and get you some fans over there in Onlyville, because this ain't it. Y'all ain't paying me enough to be doing all of that. They do it though, Tasha. They do it. Unique is a reader. She know. They do it. It's crazy. And the thing is, there are so many weird sites. When I scroll through the live streams, especially the later you get at night, there's a no man's land that starts happening around 11:30, from 11:30 to about 7 o'clock in the morning. You can find some really crazy stuff in the live streams, from people just filming themselves laying in the bed sleep to all kinds of some stuff that I'm like, how in the world can they even get away with showing that on TV? I mean, on YouTube, but they do it. They sick. They let they demons be like really, 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 yeah, yeah. I am gonna keep showing up X Clean KX, because they don't realize like I said, I'm not even doing this for me. I'm doing it because Spirit has compelled me to do so. My love for Yeshua makes me obedient to what he told me to do, regardless of who don't like it, you know? So, oh yeah, I get that part, Rocco, but here's the thing. If I'm trying to teach a specific curriculum and trolls keep coming in my house to divert attention and be highly disrespectful against the curriculum I'm teaching, I am not obligated to allow that to stay in my house. I'm not. They coming in with all that, you need Jesus and Jesus is the only way and you going to hell and all of that. We done had enough of that. I'm not allowing that in my house. And honestly, I don't know whether Israel is going to continue to exist in a future timeline. Here's the thing that Israel don't even understand, and they want so badly to exist as a nation, and they try to justify what they've done based on scripture, but Yahweh never truly actually gave them the land of Canaan. He kept telling them he was going to give it to them, but he never actually delivered it to them. He never cleared it out. He never gave it to them free and clear. It had Nephilim on it. It had this and that on them. All the rest of that. Oh, thank you, John. Appreciate it. So, and that's one of the reasons they won't ever, they not find, I don't know if they'll ever find peace, but that's one of the reasons they haven't found it. Abraham chose wrong. He chose to serve Yahweh. Yahweh promised him the land of Canaan. 500 years later, they was back in captivity. They was worshiping Marduk or yeah, Moloch, whatever. And then he turned around. He promised them the land of Canaan again. Threatened to kill him when he got him out of Egypt. And it took him 40 years. He roamed them around in the desert for 40 years for a trip that shouldn't have took no more than 11 weeks. And when he finally delivered who was left of the nation of Israel to the land of Canaan, they still had Nephilim on the land. John, I like meditation music, so that even if you don't like, I feel like all of these type videos, whether you watching one of my readings, or me reading a book or anything like that, that if you're not actually watching it, that it can take you someplace in meditation. That's one of the reasons I like to play meditation music along with it. When I watch tarot readings, I very often don't actually watch the reading unless I'm looking for card synchronicities between one of my readings and another. Sometimes I just listen to it and I'll be seeing what comes up in meditation alongside whatever the reader's saying. Oh, I'm exact, Tasha. Yeah, everybody, they claim they know God, but they judge, even though the scriptures say, judge not lest ye be judged, but they be judging themselves silly. But, you know, truthfully, that's human nature, though. We say don't be judgmental, but everything we see, everything we experience, we're going to have a response to. Oh, that feels good. It doesn't feel good. Oh, I like that. I don't like that. Oh, I prefer that. Oh, I prefer this. We are very judgmental creatures. But unfortunately, they've been so programmed to believe that what they're taught as little children about religion is the only truth and the only information out there. And do I believe where Allah has 99 names and 3 daughters? I know he got at least 99 names. I'm not sure of all of his daughters. But that was one of the reasons why I don't, because Allah, his name is El, but that ties back to Yahweh and or Marduk as well. And even under the Kabbalah, they say he got 72. And they don't understand he has had a gang of names since he got here. He came here as Enlil, but he done been Yaldabaoth, Baal, Dionysus, Yao, Aeonus, Odin, Zeus. He's had a whole bunch of names, and he been a bad actor showing his ass in every single one of them. He has not been good in any pantheon that he's ever showed up in. He does not love humanity. He's very, very selfish. Chronos, yeah. He's very selfish. He's very jealous. He's very bloodthirsty. And he does not love humanity. He hates humans. He thinks we are animals, that we are supposed to be slaves. And he was mad as hell that we didn't all die in the flood. The Bible tells us that lie that Yahweh saved us in the flood. Yahweh was not the one that preserved us through the flood. His brother Enki preserved us through the flood. And Yahweh was mad as hell when he found out about it. He has always hated humanity. Enki loves humanity and got cast out. Like I said, Yahweh lied and got people thinking that Enki is Satan. Meanwhile, Yahweh is actually Satan. That's the part that keeps me showing up here and saying what I'm saying to try to get through to people. People do not understand the irony of the Bible. They have flipped everything. Christianity has literally given us a broken mirror, and they have flipped the script so that they've got humanity literally bound to a lie. Yahweh, Jehovah, is Satan of Eden, Satan the devil. He is. And it's actually in the book. But people don't know what they're reading, and the priests and the pastors keep trying to blur our mind and interpreting it and all the rest of that stuff to tell us that it means something other than what it says. But it actually tells us in the Bible that he is Satan the devil, and he's going to be destroyed in Armageddon. Honestly, X-King KX, if you experienced the divine feminine and masculine, it may kind of spook you initially, but that's when you know you're starting to get down to the truth. These misogynistic Abrahamic religions, they can't be the truth because they do remove the divine feminine. When the one, the all that is, the creator of all, first began dividing itself unto itself, the first two divisions were as divine masculine and feminine, because it's the feminine aspect that births. The Abrahamic religions cut the divine feminine out of it. Instead of having it the Father, the Mother, and the Son, they had the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And to completely cut the divine feminine out of religion, they turned around and painted Mary Magdalene as a whore because they didn't want to acknowledge the divine feminine. So when you really start connecting with spirit, you will connect with feminine energy as well. Exactly, Unique. We are Inky's children. Schneider, exact. Allah tell them to kill a whole lot of people. We was gonna kill them. In the Jewish story, Allah was gonna kill the entire nation of Israel because he was mad at them. Of course, Yeshua was an actual person, Elliot Joseph. I get that part. I didn't say that he wasn't an actual person. I said that the things that he was saying and what he was teaching was not what Christianity would have us believe he's teaching. He was telling the Jews that the God that they were worshiping, the Elohim, the powerful one, the Eloha, basically, that they chose, because the Jews were not monotheistic, they were henotheistic, Elliot. And if you look in Exodus, at the time that Yahweh got up with Abram, when he left Ur, Abram's father, Terah, was a scribe in the temple of Nanarsin. Nanar was one of, I think was he Enlil's? I don't remember. Antoine, was Nanar Enlil or Enki's son? Let me look. I might be able to tell you right quick. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I forgot. There's like a little bit of a. He was Enlil's. Hold on. Look. Yeah, he was the son of Enlil and Ninlil, the first Anunnaki leader to be born on Earth, patron god of Ur and Haran, associated with the moon, known as Sin, and Akkadian, father of Utu and Inanna. They were Enlil's children, yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. Even at that, they were worshiping. He was a scribe, or Abram's father acknowledged other gods because he was a scribe in the temple of Nanarsin. And Yahweh coaxed Abram to leave out and go out and whatever, leave his homeland and blah, blah, blah. And if you do this, I'll make you a mighty nation unto me. I'll give you a son in your old age. Abram was 75 years old when Yahweh made him that promise. And Yahweh didn't fulfill that promise for another 25 years. He was already screwing up. So the Jews worship Yahweh because Abram chose to worship Yahweh. And Christians worship, and then like I said later on, then Moses and Joshua and Caleb reiterated that and put people back on the Yahweh train. But Yeshua was not repping Yahweh nowhere. He was telling people, y'all don't know what you're doing. You're worshiping the wrong Elohim. In fact, the Elohim that sent me ain't even asking for worship, just asking for cooperation and obedience. He's not asking for your worship. He just wants you to love each other and stop worshiping this dragon. Okay, Snyder. Well, you can be atheist if you choose to. I don't even know if I really want to call myself atheist per se. I don't feel like, I know for a fact that none of these cats are actually God. There is a creator of all that put us here, put the planet here and bioformed it and terraformed it. The Anunnaki acknowledge that. But the creator of all has not required worship from us, nor has that being chosen to interact directly with us or give us its name, or their name, I should say. Not it has not chosen to give us their name. They're just known by the Anunnaki and by us as the creator of all. But yeah, there's a designer that put this planet here, obviously, but it ain't the whole religion story that we've been told and sold. No, that was told and sold to us to keep us stuck and enslavement. Honestly, I think a lot of the people, because I have a girlfriend that used to say that she was atheist. She doesn't say that so much anymore, but I honestly think a lot of them are, because they were so disgusted with religion. It's not even so much to believe that nothing because obviously there's so much intelligent design here. We have to know on some level that didn't just happen by mistake or by random occurrence. But they also know and understand that the religion lie that we've been told and sold is a lie. Hey, Purple Flower 26, you got a purple flower. You all right with me? Purple is my color. Honestly, unique if we get to meet him then. I think we might get to meet the creator of all, unique, when we do the work that Thoth told us about and actually continue to do the ascension work to where we reach immortality. And just because we pass on don't mean that we do that. We're still trapped here. That's what people don't understand. Religion tell you about going to heaven and all that. They ain't going nowhere. They're still trapped in this dimension until their consciousness expands. They're not going anywhere. They may think about being out in someplace spatial and all the rest of that, but they're not genuinely going to nowhere. Heaven is right here. Hell, all the dimensions are overlapping right here. The only way we can get out of this dimension is to do the work that Thoth did and told us to go and do, to free our consciousness. And once our consciousness expands, then we'll get a chance to go in through the halls of Amenti and visit with the dweller and visit with the master of death and all of that. And once we attain our immortality, then we're free to roam the other dimensions and we might be able to meet the creator of all. Yeah, they're gonna keep coming back. They gonna keep coming back. That's why I say the Christians don't know. They so busy trying to consign somebody to the pits of hell. I said that to my girlfriend one time. I was like, you know what? I would love to be on the other side of the veil, just on the other side, when all of these really, really headstrong, Bible thumping, know so damn much people, when they pass on and they get to their life review and realize that they really didn't have to go through all of that, that they was really being misled and they really not going nowhere like that, I'd be laughing my ass off, to be honest with you. I mean, I get it. It'd probably be very disappointing to them, but they don't even understand they're doing the most for no reason at all. None. Because they've been lied to. They've been sold a load of bullpucky. They could have actually had some fun here. They didn't have to be so judgmental and so evil. Yeah. And they're going to stay in suffering too. No, you're not what, Schneider? Oh, no, not Gnostic. Okay. And honestly, I can't, Unique, I can't even really blame them for not going down the Gnostic path either. If you've noticed, I acknowledge some of the Gnostic teachings, but I don't go that far down the Gnostic path either, because truthfully, they get so caught up into trying to prove the religiosity of things. They're still kind of trying to prove a one concrete truth, and I don't think they got all of it right either. I think it's been adulterated to some degree, like religion. Hold on a minute. You say your brother nicknamed you Anu as a young child. He called Anu, truthfully, is the king of Nibiru. So I don't know why that would be a bad thing, but okay. Ex King KX, I think that the people who have witnessed hell is because that's what they expect to witness. I really think that the near death experience that you have is very much tempered by your level of consciousness. So the people that experience hell in their near death experiences, it's because that's what they expect to experience, and something in their psyche doesn't feel them worthy of experiencing heaven or meeting Yeshua or meeting with their ancestors or anything else. So that's kind of what they, if they're in that dark energy and that's what they expect to experience, that's what they're going to experience. The vast, 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 vast majority of people, though, that have near death experiences do not have a hell experience. For every one hell experience you can find out there, you'll find 1,000 positive experiences. Most of the time, they either meet up with their guides who take them through some version of the Akashic records, or they meet up with Yeshua or one of the angels and some of their relatives or something. But it's usually some kind of an insight about their life path or what they were sent here to do, and then some kind of a determination whether they're going to stay or go. And like I said, if they're coming back to tell the tale, they made a decision to come back here to earth. What does it mean spiritually when you see a silhouette of a human figure in a rainbow color? It means that apparently you might have the gift of seeing auras. I don't know, Nicole. I mean, look that up, but it probably you're either seeing auras or you may just be seeing something through the other side of the veil. I'm clairaudient. I see things in meditation in my third eye, but I don't see apparitions or anything like that. So I honestly can't speak with any real authority on that, but it's probably just something that you might have the gift of seeing people's auras. Ooh, Aaron, he threatened to unalive you. Your brother was on one. That's crazy. Um, Bro 100, the white light after death, it may be considered a trap, but truthfully, I don't even think it's a trap per se. It's probably a bit of a tractor beam, if you will, not necessarily a trap, because truthfully, we ain't going nowhere, no way. We can go to the light, and the light is going to seem to take us on a trip, but ultimately, even if you transitioned and moved beyond, it's still a level or layer of this dimension according to any and all of the other spiritual texts out there. We really not going nowhere. And I mean, there's so many people that have evidence of still communicating with people that have transitioned and they're still kind of sort of in this dimension. So, and you think about heaven being out there, out where? When you get past this atmosphere in this solar system and this galaxy, where would heaven be? They want heaven to, because they done told this tale about the streets of gold and all of that. And truthfully, that is a Gnostic teaching. Christianity pulled that in there too. When it says Yeshua is going to prepare a place for us, his father's house, there's many abodes. He go to prepare a place for us and all of that. But ultimately, most of the other places, the many abodes that anybody that transitioned would have been able to go to would actually be on another planet somewhere. Unless they're in the energetic sense in a dimension, which would be right here. People don't even understand there's whole energetic cities above our cities right here on this planet. We are the temple. Yeshua told us heaven is within us. He said that. And that's a Buddhist principle too. That's why I said Yeshua was definitely not teaching nothing that the Jews was on. Yeshua was teaching Buddhist principles. Because Buddhism is an Enkiite philosophy, not Enlilite. Yahwism, that whole murder, death, kill, slavery, all of that. You gonna die, you sinful, you dirty, gross, yucky, you worthy of death. That is all Enlilite teaching. Yahweh, Jehovah, Baal, Beelzebub, all of that. That's Enlilite teaching. Buddhism, Jainism, Taoism, that kind of stuff, and to some degree Hinduism. Hinduism started getting kind of out there towards the religiosity, probably because they got so many deities involved. But those are more of the Enkiite teachings, and they are much more tolerant and empowering and not so dependent, or not dependent at all on the worship and the slavery and the bowing and the scraping and the sacrificing and all of that stuff. No. That's why I was saying, and I believe that you're saying it's a trap, but to a degree, unless or until our consciousness expands, you can consider it a trap, or you can just consider it the doorway to the next part, because until our consciousness expands, the next part is going to bring us right back here anyway. We're going to keep doing this until we ascend. That's why I said there's so many old souls here during this particular time of the timeline and the awakening, because we're here to figure this out. We're here to beat the big boss this time. We done did this before. We done got to a certain point of awakening. That's why we're able to grasp a lot of the concepts that a lot of other people can't grasp. We're sitting here having these conversations and we get it and we're cool with that and we understand it. And a lot of these folks that's still stuck in religiosity hear what we're saying and they think it's evil and they can't understand it. They cannot grasp it. Whether they're newer souls or just souls that have not awakened yet, I don't know. But a lot of the chosen ones are actually old souls, ancient souls who have reached a level of consciousness expansion to a degree before. And each time we come back, we're kind of building on it a little and a little and a little until we can get to that point where we're actually able to make some progress. Hey, Valerie Blakely, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, okay. Yep. I'm gonna have to go and check that out too. I'm so far behind. And y'all, I said it earlier. If you are interested in the Buddhist path, definitely go check out Antoine's Dharma path. He's actually reading from the Lotus Sutra right now. So I think that's a prime opportunity to be able to get some of that wisdom and teaching as well. I know every time I go and get a chance to get some of that, I enjoy it. I just, like I said, I've been behind on everything lately. And Unique, yes, Enlil was the one that demanded that our lifespans be shortened, because guess what? If you live to be 1,000 years old or older, chances are you gonna connect the dots and figure some of this shit out. So he made sure that we couldn't by having our telomeres capped. You're right. He insisted that we had a worship gene put in us, and he insisted that our lifespans be shortened to keep us in mental and physical slavery. You're correct. Hey, Carmen Liggins. Good to have you here. Very jealous, Shawanda Sheree. He said he a jealous God. Yahweh tell people he jealous how many times in the scriptures? All over the place. He tell them he's a jealous God. You shall, that it's in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt have no other gods before me. I, the Lord God, I am a jealous God. Thou shalt not have any other gods before me. If he was the only God, he wouldn't have had to go and say that little spiel, right? But he done told you he a jealous God, and he's a very exacting and unforgiving God. Told you he threatened to kill the entire nation of Israel right at the foot of Mount Sinai when they first agreed to serve him, because he was mad because they made the golden calf, and he said he was going to kill them all, until the Levites said, yo, instead of that, we'll fix it. We'll police ourselves. And they killed 3,000 people in one night to appease Yahweh, and he let them do it. He loved him some blood sacrifice. He don't give a damn about humanity. He didn't care if they killed 3,000 of the nation of Israel. He wouldn't care. He was going to kill them all. Like 400,000 people. He was getting ready to unalive 400,000 people because they worshiped a golden calf after he had abandoned them for 40 days at the foot of Mount Sinai. That's the nature of the God that they got the world serving. Tasha, you here? We ain't, unfortunately, boo, we ain't here to fit in. We really not. We the movers and shakers. We are the builders of new earth. We're here to teach. We're here to figure some of this stuff out and grow past it. And you supposed to love. Love will love you though, because guess what? The longer you stick around in groups like this, we're kind of huddling towards the light. We'll find each other. And very often, most of the chosen ones do not find the love within their own family or family groups or relationships. They usually wind up having to go off into that lone wolf kind of era. And then eventually, when you finish healing from the traumas that you went through from that first part, and you just focus on the spiritual stuff and the ascending and all that, your energy will shift, and you will come into union with a soul family, and perhaps even a romantic partner that's a like partner that comes out of soul family later. But you ain't gonna never fit in, boo. And honestly, be grateful that you don't fit in. Be so grateful, because when we in the dumpster fire with the zombie apocalypse popping off all around us, got the Walking Dead around us. We had a bunch of them come up in here tonight. You know, I'm not Buddhist, Mango Shake. Shawanda Sheree, I was saying that if you're interested in learning more about Buddhism and the Buddhist path, that Antoine's Dharma path, he's actually going through the Lotus Sutra right now on his channel. I was just suggesting to go and subscribe to his channel if you want to get more of that, because it is really good information. Oh, and thank you, Headlines with a Voice, for putting his link up there too. Headlines with a Voice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you don't understand, if we read the scriptures and didn't actually understand that there's more than one Elohim being described in the Bible, you would really think that Yahweh was schizophrenic for real. Like seriously, he passed jealous. He's jealous, narcissistic, and quite a bit schizophrenic. What is the point of the Ten Commandments? That was the preface, the precursor, the abbreviated portion of the law, if you will, ex King KX. And they are based on the principles of Ma'at. But here's the thing. The 10 Commandments were like the base stuff that you got to do. And that was like the precursor or the codicil, if you will, or the preamble to the Mosaic Law. He wrote the 10 Commandments with his own hand. Yahweh did the first go around, and then had Moses up there for 40 days writing down the law. If you start reading in Exodus, Deuteronomy, and let me see, Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, they're laying down the Mosaic Law and what all you got to do, and you got digging the latrines and the this and the that and the brother-in-law marriage and who cursed by doing this and who cursed. But nobody can keep all of the Mosaic Law. Jews couldn't do it, and Christians certainly ain't even trying to do it to this day. Don't be depressed, Tasha. I get it, but honestly, hang in there, boo. You in the right spot. We're going to do some real cool stuff. It ain't going to stay. It's not going to stay as depressing as it is. It's a rough transition period going from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. It's going to be a rough several bunch of years. I don't know where that's going to end, but don't give up, because I'm trying to tell you, on the other side, be a last page of the book, girly. Go check out the last page of the book. It's pretty cool. On my forehead, mango shake, this is a long bending. It's just for adorn my third eye, that's all. Headlines, Tasha, headlines are saying that's true. You may still have some karma and drama and trauma and stuff. You probably need a couple more rounds of Dark Night of the Soul to process some of that stuff and realize you carrying some stuff that ain't really yours. And then you might be even clearing it out, doing some ancestral work, It really hurts. You gonna be out of here soon with that, because it's not. You calling it BS. If you would open your narrow little mind and go read a book or two or three or four, you would understand that nothing that we're discussing here is made up. People have known this stuff for hundreds of years, but the world has stayed trapped in ignorance just because of people like you that refuse to actually expand their minds and go read a book somewhere. Thank you, Angie D. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. You can get them on Amazon, Temu. Depends on the type that you want. I mean, Amazon is gonna be your quickest delivery, or for design, or if you live in an area that has like international markets or an Indian fashion store, things like that, you can get them there. I get like, I'm trying to think. I got a bunch of them though. I wound up ordering like packs that have like 7 or 8 packs in them. And I tell you what, I was wondering what to glue them with. Now, when I order them, you're welcome, X King KX. For the ladies that want to know about bendy though, one of the things that I will say, save your money on the old-fashioned Indian bendy glue. It's so sticky and gummy. It's going to cause a problem for you being able to handle it. But you do want to get you some regular good old eyelash adhesive. It will help. A lot of them have somewhat of sticky to them, but most bendy can be reused. I honestly, now this is an impromptu place for me to put them, but I always know I'm getting ready to go and prepare for my like I said, when I also sit here and kind of do my makeup before I record. So I actually just stuck all of my bendy to my mic case, but you can just kind of clean the bottom off a little bit and then put a little lash glue on there with it. Tasha, yeah, headlines is trying to tell you some real good stuff for real. And honestly, hold on. Okay, let me know if because this thing was the way it's beeping, I wasn't sure. Um, hmm. But I was talking to someone through the WhatsApp group earlier. Well, they had like DM me privately, and one of the things that he was saying, because it was somebody that had been kind of fascinated with the idea, was asking me about gin at an earlier time. DJINN, not the drink, but the Muslims refer to spirits as jinn, and they wanted to know my thoughts on that. But he had also made the statement that he just kind of felt like we should be kind of tolerant of everything. Just he just all about getting information and getting some just take the good with the bad or whatever. And kind of I had to peel back on that a little bit. And what you're saying is like feeling like you or wanting to give up, or you're not feeling the love and all of that. I think sometimes we are programmed with that. We're supposed to be tolerant of everything and everybody. We don't judge, don't, whatever, be tolerant, go along to get along, all of those types of things. And to some degree, for a time, we may have done that. But I would say to you, especially as a chosen one who is on the path and beginning to awaken and ascend, you better learn to be selfish enough to be more discriminating, because a lot of times your walk is impeded by having too many negative energies and entities around you, because you don't want to judge and you want to continue to tolerate, or you feel like you got to have them around because they've been in your friend group for 15 years or they're family members or what. There's all kinds of reasons why we continue to put up with unhealthy people around us. But you got to be discriminating enough to get that stuff away from you. And I'm going to say this, and a lot of people don't want to hear it. Be very careful with what you allow in through your eyes and through your ears. People think that entertainment is just entertainment. No, it ain't. It'll shift your vibration and keep you in a stuck place. It's a lot of folks out there that can't figure out why they can't get right, but they're still watching Real Households of where the hell ever, and the narcissist show, Keeping Up with the Narcissist, and all the rest of that stuff in the programming. They be buying into all that, or even staying glued to the news when they know that half the time Fox and all the rest of them be lying their behinds off at people, but they feel like they got to stay informed, so they keep themselves enmeshed in all of that mess, and this messes with their energy and it messes with their psyche and it keeps them stuck. You might have to seriously fast off of some of that stuff too. You said what? You have a partner that was assigned to you while you have a partner that will transfer you. And if that's the case, remember what Yeshua said in the scriptures about if your hand make you stumble, cut it off. If your eye make you stumble, pluck it out. Because it'll be better to go to, what does it say, to be, I forget how they put it, but basically it was saying it'd be better to make it into the kingdom of heaven crippled than to not make it at all. If you have a partner that's assigned to you, that's transferring that kind of negative energy to you, it's time for you to make a decision to step away from that. And that's a huge thing for a lot of us, because We don't want to be alone, and I get that part. But we also have to realize, and again, I'm not specifically telling anybody to go and leave their partner, but you know whether you're in a healthy relationship or not. And especially for the chosen, very often our starter pack partners are not the ones we're supposed to walk the rest of this journey with. If they have not awakened and ascended, and I'm not saying you got to instantly chop off somebody because they're not keeping up spiritually as fast as you do. You kind of sort of know the difference. I'm not talking about somebody that's trying and just a little bit more spiritually, a little more spiritually immature than you. I'm talking about somebody that ain't on the path and ain't trying to be on the path. They're just not awakening and ascending. If that's the case, you might have to get that person and that energy, love them from across town and get them away from you. And especially if they bring in negative energy to you, especially if they out there still sharing their body with other people. Oh my God, you really can't bring that kind of energy up in your space, because those energetic attachments will follow you. And if you have had multiple partners in the past and you've never done a cord cutting and a series of spiritual baths to cleanse your energy, by all means, please do that. Because you could have an ex from 10 years ago that didn't want to be an ex. They wanted to still be with you, and then you could still be dragging the energy around with you. Trust me, I know. Oh yeah. Television, Nicole Davis, is honestly, it's a weapon. It's always been a weapon. From the very beginning, radio and television are weapons. The newspapers even were propagandistic tools. They literally have subliminal messages and intentional psychological programming. They call it a program. A television show is called a program. A radio show is a program. I don't know, Jose, because I'm not trying to read in your energy like that. You can't come in here and make me start reading and guessing about your life when I'm in the middle of a spiritual conversation. I don't know what you did or didn't do, and I'm not trying to. I'm not that kind of an energy reader anyway. I'm not looking at your life like that. If I sit down to read cards for somebody, I can tell you what impressions I get as I ask for that specifically and handle the cards. But I don't remote view. I'm not a psychic, so I have no idea what you did today, and I'm not trying to know. But if you got to ask, I would guess probably not. Exactly. We know. We kind of really do know. And but we, again, the programming have us feeling guilty and like we're supposed to tolerate it. I had one of the most toxic individuals I've ever met in my entire life clinging in my energy for 20 years as a toxic friend from hell. It was so bad. I did a whole video talking about him. It was so bad, I couldn't even talk to this man on the phone in my children's house because of the negative energy he threw. And it took me years to completely unknit myself from that. And even then, about once a year, he'll call me from a fake profile in Messenger. He don't even have my phone number no more. And he's still trying to reach out to me. 20 years. But they'll convince us, because at once upon a time he was trying to tell me that if I was so spiritual I should be willing to help him. I'm like, I've been doing free armchair psychology for you for 20 years. I don't owe it to you to continue allowing you to drag my energy down, worrying the hell out of me because you refuse to hear the lessons that I've been trying to give you. No, I don't have to keep dragging you along, kicking and screaming because you want to do lower energy stuff and keep your energy all jacked up and then come and feed off, because he's literally a narcissist, an energetic vampire that lives the most low energy existence you can possibly imagine. But he recognized, he was like, you're the most spiritual person I know. You're light. I need you. He literally said he needs my energy in his life. So why would I have to be obligated to sit there and let a vampire keep feeding off of me just because they want to? It is a one-eyed devil, Valerie Blakely. Years ago, when they had the transistors and stuff still, you could sit a child down in front of a television, come back in 10 minutes, and they literally be glassy eyed and slack jawed. It put them in a pre hypnotic state because they could choose any flicker rate they wanted to for those transistors, and they chose a flicker rate that would induce theta waves, and it would put you in a theta state. Oh, you welcome, Jose. No worries. Whenever when I do sit down and read tarot, Jose, yeah, my messages be like major on point from what everyone has told me so far. It's just this is a different level of opening myself up to spirit than what I do when I sit to read tarot. It's still a form of spiritual work, but I'm not focused that way right now. And I'm just not going to open that door because I promise you, if I was to pull some cards right now, I would have so many people flooding into this reading that will want free readings. I sat there a couple of weeks ago and I was literally live streaming for 12 to 14 hours a day because people kept coming and kept coming and kept coming and wanting free readings. But I'm a talented reader and I know I am, so I'm not going to keep reading like that for free. It's appropriate under the universal law of compensation. Eventually, if I'm going to be a full-time teacher, my spiritual gifts have to support me. And tarot is a gift that people will pay for, and I have to stop giving it away and I can do like them little 11 readings or whatever, or 22 readings, but I can't just keep giving that level of energy away for free. Child of God, oh my goodness, say less. I completely understand. I had to go no contact with my youngest child for about 3 or 4 years, and we're still very limited contact. When she get real saucy out her mouth, we're very limited. But I had to block her for a while because it was that bad. Hey, Ulysses Rickett, how are you? Ew, that's nasty. Okay, we're gonna hope you get that together. Oh, the Storytime Kitchen. You saw some of that? Yeah, and I honestly, I'm still kind of recovering from that. People don't understand the energy expenditure it takes to do that. I'm glad I did it. It did prove to me that I was ready to read at random. I've been doing general readings for the collective, but I was getting 20, 30, 40 views or whatever for the videos. I wasn't sure whether I was really connecting with the people I intended to connect with. But over the span of that 2 weeks, I must have done at least three or four, by at least 300 readings, probably, because I was doing between 35 and 50 every day. So, and that's a lot. And it kind of fried me energetically. I had to do the salt baths and just really kind of lay down. Like I said, I'm still recovering from it. But that was my gift to the community to kind of introduce myself to YouTube as a reader, and and as a thank you for helping me get to 1,000 subscribers. That was the main reason I did it. I promised I would. I just didn't know that many people was gonna show up, but I was like, I'm gonna push through and do it anyway. So yeah. Hey, Redman from Morocco, awesome, welcome. Honestly, yeah, and here's the thing, Nicole. It is funny how within the religions they don't have no problem whatsoever with collecting their money. They'll pass the plate 14 times till they get the amount of money they want out of you and make you feel shame if you refuse to pay them. Like I said, there's preachers around here in the United States that's got private jets, a couple of them, and big temples and big houses and driving Rolls Royces and Bentleys and all of that. And when I come here on YouTube, people try to make me feel like I'm wrong for asking for $20 for 30 minutes of my time. And I'm like, But y'all are going to pay Beyonce $2,000 to go stand up and wind up literally being food for energy vampires for 2 or 3 hours, because they do them the powers that were, they harvest loosh at those concerts. Go look that up. And people will go and get gussied up and get on planes and everything else and spend $2,000 to go to a music concert and don't think twice about that, but turn around and tell me I'm wrong for expecting for my spiritual gifts to be appropriately compensated. Daddy Waffles, I wish I could tell you yes, that it was a good chance for you getting it, but as I'm finding, and a lot of folks out there in the community are finding, the chosen, quite honestly, are catching hell in the job market right now. I'm having a hard time getting a job. I'd love to be able to tell you yes, that you stand a good chance of getting it. I hope you get it, but I can't promise you that, because a lot of the chosen are having money problems right now. And I think part of it is because we're really not supposed to be in the corporate machine no more. We're supposed to be finding ways to step more into our heart space and work for ourselves, and or find a way to make our spiritual gifts pay us. They're supposed to support us, whatever that is for you, whether it's, I don't know what it is that you do. And I'm not saying that you're not going to need to get an interim job to help you, but there's no job security nowhere on this planet no more. So yeah. Hey, Gerline. Oh, well, thank you, Storytime Kitchen. Yeah, it was. I like I said, I'm gonna get a schedule figured out to start doing some tarot during the day, but I will probably limit those sessions to like 2 to 3 hours, and it'll be for a donation, if because that'll keep the crowd lower. When I was doing it for free, like I said, it'd be like 60, 70 people wanting to get on the list, and they just kept coming and kept coming. I can't, yeah, it was very, very long. Angie D, you so right. They don't know they're toxic. They really don't. Some of them do, but most of them, or they don't have any clue the level of toxicity that they have in them. Um, like I was telling the story about the toxic friend of mine, and even my baby daddies and stuff. They don't know they're not good men. They really don't. They mean well, sort of, kind of, to the best of their ability, but no, they don't know. Ulysses, yeah. If he contacts me, we can possibly talk about it. I think you had mentioned it one time before, but he never reached out to me. But yeah, I'm always open to new ideas. I'm trying to get a schedule, or some kind of a regular program going here with YouTube, and then I'm going to go into TikTok, because I do have to figure out a way to make money, since I'm applying for jobs and not getting them, and I do get a few, smaller contributions here or there here on YouTube, and I love that. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna have to find a way to step it up. And I do have some talents. Like I said, I am Reiki attuned, so at some point I'll probably start making candles and other things. But I got to put myself out there more, because if I do eventually, through crowdfunding or a sponsor or a benefactor or something, somebody will show up to get, be able to be willing to give me that seed money to get started with. But I got to put myself out there. So it'll probably have to peel back a little bit from YouTube and start building TikTok, because it'll be forever. I mean, yeah, technically you can get monetized with where I'm at now, but unless you truly go viral on YouTube, you don't pay no money. Even if you are monetized for what? To get a check for $2 every month? Absolutely, Zora. I do wish you peace and freedom very soon. Yep, X King KX. They do. They be energy harvesting and paying for the privilege to be energy harvested by them damn demons. They pay dearly for it. Thank you, Storytime Kitchen. Honestly, if you are interested in a personal reading, you can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. Let me know you're interested in the reading. Right now, the what I'm basically doing is like the little shorter reading, just like 15-minute reading for 22.22. A 30-minute reading is like 33.33, and the all in is like 44.44. Now those prices are going to be going up some, but right now I'm still trying to, help folks. If I couldn't get the free reading, I'm still trying to be gentle. But the payment gateway is at Buy Me a Coffee, and that link is on the About page. So if you wanted a reading, you will go there. And I am going to try to work on that. Somebody said they were having a hard time doing any amount, entering any amount they wanted. I thought I had set it up for the any amount and for the different readings, but I'm going to go back in and adjust the pricing thing on there. But on Buy Me a Coffee, you would pay for the reading there and then just email me and let me know. Now, do be aware, if you do a donation on Buy Me a Coffee, it does take a few days for it to go from pending to posted. So the readings won't be immediate, but once that payment actually processes, then within 72 hours of your payment process, and then I get the reading out to you. Well, we got to do something. We don't, like I said, we don't need to work or go to church, but we got to do something. That's and I do. I hope you. I wish you well, Ulysses. Like I said, I got to do something. That part, headlines, exactly. You be done paid and paid and paid, and then they turn around and tell you they gonna pray for you, and you be done gave them all your money. I let somebody work me up at a church I wasn't even dealing with back in the day like that, and it was one of them all day churches, and I got caught up in it, and I was so broke, and I was believing in and hoping for and wishing for a miracle and a blessing and everything else, and I was a single mother, brokety broke at the time, and by the time they finished passing the plate, I wound up giving them people like $60 that I genuinely didn't have, and never again. Nope, I'm good. Be humble. You gonna get put up out of here with that. I'm warning you. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you're not coming in here with your fake proselytizing up in her. Okay, just so you know. No, Calvin, but you are an ignorant buffoon. That's what you are. Misha, I am. I am part Choctaw, part Blackfoot, and I'm also part Scottish. Or yeah. Thank you, Misha. Hey, Miss Versatile Cartel. I didn't even see you. I got. Let me see if I can get caught up here. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Story time, and that's kind of what I'm gonna be doing too. I will work by donation, but I have a tendency to go a little over because I don't want to just pull one card. I want to really, truthfully get to the heart of the matter. Unique. I haven't tried Patreon, but I might. Mick Don, good night. Good night. I hope I see you another time. Um, I thought about doing Patreon or some. I'm gonna be kind of working on a couple different things this month to try to figure that out. Since it don't seem like I will get a secular job, because I was thinking if I get another job, I'm really not gonna have time to do this. But if I actually did this the right way, I might not need to get another job. So it's a catch-22 situation. If I put myself out there as a reader on YouTube or even Etsy, I may be able to do something that way, and then my biggest thing is I'm not on really. I've got a TikTok profile, but I'm not really on there yet. But I wanted to reach people with the message too on TikTok. But I know once I actually start working with TikTok and get the numbers up, I can create a TikTok shop. Even if I just do spiritual products or something, incense and candles and whatever, whether I'm making them or not. Headlines, my study, woman, girlfriend, Johnny. I'm originally from Florida in the United States. I'm living in Georgia at the time, right now. Headlines, I started studying about the Anunnaki like last summer was when it was I started thinking more when I meditate a lot. I've been like seriously meditating with a vengeance. I started meditating in like the end of 2016, beginning of 2017. But when it really, really took off and got super spiritual for me was like 2019, 2020. And it was around 2022 that Yeshua kind of guided me to get rid of some of the last folks around my life. But then the message started changing, and the notion of thinking about, I kept thinking about him being delivered up to the Romans, being delivered up to the Romans, that phrase, being delivered to the Romans. And I was like, the Romans, wait a minute. Ooh, excuse me. I was like, wait a minute. You mean like the Romans who created Christianity, the Catholic Romans, Catholic Church, Christian? Whoa. And then I started kind of going down that rabbit hole even more and went back through some things with the history of Christianity and religion. And then I was looking for some audiobook versions of the apocryphal text. I was looking for like the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas and various ones. I want to look at the Gospel of the I think it's called the Book of Adam and Eve or something. And I went to go find some of those apocryphal texts on YouTube, and it just so happened at the time that I went looking for that and bumped into Astral Legends TV's version of the Lost Book of Enki. And at the time, first time I watched it kind of like I would a movie. Me and my boyfriend watched it for our date night one day. And then October of last year was when it really hit me how important it was. I had gone down to visit my daughter in Sarasota, and that night the thought came to me to listen to it again, but instead of watching it like a movie, kind of close my eyes and listen to it, and listen to it with the same level of attention and respect that I would give a reading of the Bible. And that's when I could actually start hearing like the poetic cadence of it, the similarities in the way the that book or that text was written versus the way the Bible is written, the rhythm of the translation. And I started looking more into Zechariah Sitchin and understood that, oh, wait a minute, this isn't, like I said, this isn't science fiction. This isn't fiction at all. He took this super seriously. And yeah, it's kind of been on with the races by then ever since. Deep sea gaming, no, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. Catherine, not religious at all. Story time, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. They do. And honestly, even if to some degree, even if the artist isn't dark in and of themselves, gathering that many people together with the hypnotic energies of the music, especially if they're still playing music in 440 time and not 432, it's going to attract those energies whether or not the artist knows what's happening. It's going to happen anyway because of that many people being together, and their music is done at 440. It draws those kind of negative energies, and you will be soul sick. They are literally sucking the energy out of people. Why do you think all of that crowd mentality happens? And they wind up, every few years we hear about a crowd getting so worked up at concerts that people wind up losing their lives at the concerts and that kind of stuff. Now you can stay and go to some smaller venues and some more positively focused people. I've been to jazz shows and some R&B singer shows, or like some, country shows or whatever, the smaller venues. And I was okay with that. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all what you're saying about Taylor Swift or about Beyonce, because I know what go on in there. And I do believe they do know. I wasn't trying to let Taylor off the hook. She's not what people think she is. Yeah, Catherine, we're not on religion here at all. Hey, Elzbieta, how are you? I will, Shawanda, Sheree. You said the right job is in your actions and consciousness. And that's the thing, it's just that I need more time and I feel the urgency for funding because I don't have the funding that I'd like to have right now and all of that. But ultimately, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I say, I've actually had people say that they could feel my energy. If you are open to receiving distance Reiki, these hands right here is like mega charged, okay? But I know I'm a Reiki healer. I know that I'm a good tarot reader. I know I'm a good spiritual teacher. I have a lot of things in my spiritual wheelhouse that are supposed to support me. It's just that you get used to the programming says that we were taught to go swipe that time card. So you really got to get to a point where you have enough faith in your walk that you know that spirit is going to take care of you in your walk. Because it's appropriate, deep sea gaming. You saying religious prophets promote their beliefs for the benefit of others. What I'm doing is for the benefit of others, but by the same turn, do you not understand the level of energy expenditure it takes for me to keep my energy high enough to be able to do this? The hours that I spend on, not only the hours, I done been here online 200 minutes, that's over 3 hours. The time that I give every day freely, but also when I upload pre-recorded messages, the time that I spend in doing spiritual study and homework, so to speak, to make those videos, I'm spending as much time as I would spend on a full-time job to do this. So why wouldn't I charge people? Nobody does nothing for free. Like I said, you can't go to the concert. You spending $2,000 on concert tickets, and you feel like I'm wrong to ask somebody to compensate me $30 for 30 minutes or 45 minutes of my time? Come on now. What is it that you do that you're willing to do all day, 40, 50, 60 hours a week for free, deep sea gaming? Hmm? You don't go down to your job 40 hours a week and expect not to be compensated. The church folks darn sure ain't gonna go up. They show up for 2 hours on Sunday and they expect to be compensated. The organist get compensated. The preacher get compensated. Everybody up in there, the Sunday school teachers get compensated. So why am I wrong to expect to be compensated when everyone else is compensated? The law of compensation is one of the universal laws. I will, Jessica. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm not religious. I've been taught and said that by 11 times. I'm not religious, deep sea gaming. I do believe that. Oh yeah, they absolutely story time. They do. They be on demon time for real. And it's a lot of folks that will cheer and go along with that and they'll have no problem with it. But come up in here with all this other stuff. And you know what headlines? I declare that too. I will not need another job because I got one. Like I said, I work for Yeshua and Lord Inky. And if I continue to work for Yeshua and Lord Enki and serve this collective, it will eventually serve me too. Because I ain't trying to get rich off of it. Like I say, I'm trying to support myself. And ultimately, when we start doing that crowdfunding project, that's going to be to help other people. I mean, I have to pay myself a decent salary to live out of, but the vast majority of the work that I've been shown to do, taking me around the world and various other places, it's not about me getting rich from it. I'm not going to do what the church folk do. That money will go to help a whole bunch of other people. I'm not ignoring you, deep sea gaming. You keep asking me questions that I'm not able to answer because you keep asking me what are my religious beliefs. If you had listened here, I've been discussing my beliefs all night long here. So you keep on, why are you being ignored? Because you keep trying to interrupt the conversation with stuff that had already been discussed 3 hours ago. I haven't done the signs reading for each sign. That's a lot of work too. Like I say, if I'd be doing good if I can put out 2 readings a day as a general collective, but I may have to start focusing in on at least some of the signs, or even just breaking it down to water, air, earth, and fire signs. I don't know. Deep sea gaming. What do you want? You keep yelling, but you're not saying nothing. What is your, he keep asking me about what are my beliefs. I'm more spiritual than I am religious. I'm not religious. I am spiritual. I do believe what the Anunnaki story, historical text, what the ancient texts tell us, that the Anunnaki were the first beings here on this planet, and that they came here, and fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to put it, uh they dared to play God. Those 2 brothers, Enlil and Enki, dared to play God, and they fashioned us. That whole "let us make man in our image" thing. Enki, Ninmah, and Thoth fashioned humans from a hominid. They blended their DNA with a hominid they found here on Earth and made us. And then Enlil, Yahweh, came in and took over the show, and literally it's been going to hell in a handbasket ever since. That's what I believe. I can imagine. I would. I bet Sabrina Carpenter's concert was awesome. I do love her. 440 time is basically they changed that music scale. I can't remember the exact tones in there, but they're in the 440 scale. Nicole Davis, you can look up some. They've got documentaries on the history of that. They've got a couple of tones in the 440 scale that they literally call the devil's tones. Because if you actually were to listen to them played together for an extended period of time, it would make you sick and it would eventually unalive you. They deliberately changed the musical. It's the way they tune the pitch of the tune so that those scales are on a certain hertz that are not good for the body. It works the crowd up into a frenzy, and it was done intentionally. 432 music is a lot easier on the soul. It makes you feel better than listening to music tuned in 440. Oh God, yeah, I can even I'm so grateful that I was never a big concert goer. Cause yeah. You say you think she's a witch? Oh, I have to go back and listen to her music then, because I didn't go to the concert, so I don't know. She's got a couple songs that I like, but maybe I have to go reevaluate. Yeah, Maria, I'm not reading tonight. Chawanda, thank you for joining us. Then yeah, go on and enjoy your sleep, love. I'm gonna try to get on early enough. Tomorrow is Saturday, so for sure I try to get on early enough to actually do some readings for the folks, or at least do a collective reading on the live, and then I'll entertain questions for a donation. Okay, Maria, yeah, you can get on later. We almost all of us, Nicole, have the ability to awaken our energy in heat. The Reiki attunement is to basically just open that portal or that doorway, that awareness of it. It clears our energy to make us more available for it consciously. But we all have the ability to awaken to some degree. Now there's some folks out there who really won't clear their energy, and they really haven't, aren't aligning their chakras and doing those things, so they may not be able to awaken it in them. But if you're tending to your chakras and you're meditating and you're doing all that, you have the ability to do Reiki as well. Like you say, you probably need to be attuned for it, but yeah, you do. Unique, you say you disagree with what? I've never really listened to Mahalia Jackson, Antoine. I don't know. I'm not saying she don't. I just she wanted to say, "Get your compensation. You deserve it." I'm gonna try to. Thank you, Tony. Gerline, I do believe in karma. I was called basically it's the universal law of cause and effect. So yeah. Lord Inky, style and rail woodworking. Lord Inky is one of the two brothers. Like I said, go look at the Lost Book of Inky. I got a playlist here. I read the entire Lost Book of Inky. That is a text that Lord Inky had his scribe Undupsar write to kind of set things straight, because Lord Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah, has deceived mankind and really put some stuff out here that wasn't exactly what, the whole religion thing has kind of skewed some things. And Lord Enki expounded on the story to help us have a better context of what was happening here, what happened in Eden, what happened before they came, why they even came here, what happened once they got here, what happened after they got here. He talks about a lot of that kind of stuff in that book. But Enki is Enlil's brother. It was two brothers. Anu was their father, and they came here looking for gold. He tells us that. But Enki, Ninmah, and Thoth were the three geneticists that came here that were our progenitors. They are the let us make man in our image in Genesis 2. The us that made man in their image is Enki, Thoth, and Ninmah. Lord Enlil, the one who was the Satan of Eden, who later on presented himself to Abraham as Yahweh and who Christians worship as Jehovah. That's the other brother, and he absolutely hates humanity. He wanted us to drown in the flood. He done tried a couple of times to get us eradicated off the earth. And he's the one that demanded that we worship. The reason we have religion and worship to this day is because he insisted that we had, when they were making man in our image, that he insisted that we had a gene, a worship gene installed in our genome to give us the propensity to worship. We are not supposed to be worshiping anything or anyone. I love Turkey, Rabia. I love Turkey as much as I love any other country. I basically love all of my brothers and sisters. Yeah, Nicole, yes. Enki is a creator. Well, people call him a god. That word that they translate in the scriptures is God. The actual term is Elohim, and it means powerful ones. It does not actually mean God in the sense that religion has taught us what a god is. They're not gods. They told us they were gods because they wanted us to serve them, but they are not gods in that sense. And he is a water god. He shows up in almost all the pantheons. He showed up as Poseidon in the Greek pantheon. He didn't in the Nordic. He was Loki, and I don't know what that was all about. But he's Lord Shiva in the Hindu. He's Olokun in the Yoruba pantheon. But he often shows up with a trident and or water. There's a lot of Storytime Kitchen. There's a lot of artists that I like, but I just really didn't. I never got into concert culture, and once I learned about the way they harvest Lucian stuff and in those crowds, I'm glad I didn't. Honestly, Antoine, lately though, 7.83 hertz is the ancient pulse of Earth in that Schumann resonance. But ever since 2020, it's been kind of off the Richter. It was around hitting, there was a considerable amount of time at the end of 2019 going into 2020 where the Earth, instead of 7.83 hertz, the Schumann resonance was registering up to 21, 22. And a couple weeks ago, it hit up to 53 hertz. The Schumann resonance is going. I tell you, when I tell you Gaia is going through labor pains right now, Gaia is evolving just like we're evolving. Honestly, story time. And if you need to, if you feel like you need to believe in a benevolent God, like I said, Lord Enki is definitely worth looking into. But the more you get into Lord Enki and his philosophies or his teachings, you'll start to see that you're not being called to worship anyone through Enki. He calls for cooperation and understanding, but he's not really calling for your worship per se. Hold on, I'm trying to get this together here. Hang on a second. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's not it. Hang on, I'm trying to see something here. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna just have to do what I've been doing. I'm gonna unplug my mic and then just do open air on it. You said they gotta resonate with the earth, maybe. But 432, I honestly I don't listen to only 432 music, but I mean I try not to listen to. I just know that a lot of the musical scale that we use today is a lot of that is in 440 and not 432. Oh, is Dr. Strange Doom in here? Hey, Neptune, yeah. Thank you, Amelia. I'm gonna try. You said was it? Wait a minute. You got your. If Adam and Eve was the only people, where did? But that's a good question, Nicole. And trust me, I used to get a lot of. I done had more preachers tell me that I was being difficult and all of that. Nicole said she got her butt whooped in Sunday school for saying if Adam and Eve was the only people and they had kids, where did they tell them to go out and multiply at? Well, here's the thing. Adam and Eve were the first humans, but there were other that continued to breed and continued to breed. And the time between when Adam and Eve came along and the time when Cain and Abel actually going out there and got there was plenty of other beings on the planet other than just Adam and Eve. There was a whole breeding program that they did. Adam and Eve was just the first, fertile pair. And later on, Adapa and Titi came along. And here's another thing that Christianity will not tell you, and they really can't, because amongst Homo sapiens sapiens, we can't breed that close, especially now it causes genetic problems. But the Anunnaki didn't have no problem with inbreeding. Enlil, Ninma was Enlil and Enki's sister by another woman. They all had the same father. They had different mothers. And Ninma had a baby for Enlil and a baby for Enki. A sister had two children for two different brothers. And they didn't think nothing of that. Because that among the Anunnaki, that was very common. They bred like that, especially amongst the royalty. Keep it in the bloodline. Hey, Dr. Strange Doom. I didn't even see what Martine Diane said, but I probably am glad I didn't. So y'all doing your thing. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why they think if they come in and give me a dramatic enough story, I'm gonna just drop everything and start reading tarot. Because, like you said, if you really having that serious of a situation, What good is a tarot reading gonna do you in the middle of a true emotional crisis or a physical crisis? Go and call the appropriate help. I'm not a doctor, I'm a tarot reader and a spiritual teacher. Yeah, and that's the thing with the but what they had there's whole documentaries about it when they were talking about 440, tuning to 440 versus tuning to 432. The scale, the musical scale, when you tune to 440, there are a couple of tones in there, and they used to call them the devil's tones, that if you play them together for a sustained amount of time, it creates such disharmony that it will make you physically sick. And if it sustains long enough, it could be used like a weapon and actually cause you harm. So when you're listening to music that's not holding those tones, it doesn't, but overall, it still affects the vibration of those tones when the scale is tuned to 440. Listening to 440 music over time, it's been shown to create more agitation, more it's just literally, it affects the body in a more negative way than a musical scale tuned to 432. Oh yeah, it affects the energy to give a reading for sure. He said the Black United Front stated when it said let there be light was when they smashed the statues of dark-skinned people of the first civilization. That's some foolishness. Honestly, I don't know who you talking about the Black United Front, but if it's who I think they are, I don't think very much of those sorts of people anyway. All of them Black Power, Kumbaya, or that militant racist nonsense. Everybody that's supposed to be spiritual ain't spiritual, and anybody that's so spiritual that they think that they can promote racism on this planet and still be considered spiritual is fooling themselves. I honestly think they're part of that crew that Yeshua said that their prayers go no higher than the ceiling. How is one race better than the other when they was all made by the Anunnaki? Exactly, it was Tango. It was done. I think it started happening during like the marching band era. It was done during the marching bands era, like in the 20s and 30s and stuff. And it's done to drive the crowds. It's literally that's they were beginning to harvest loosh right back then. It's designed to create a certain energy in a crowd setting because it was they first noticed it with a lot of the, like I said, the marching band type music, and like going into football arenas and parades and anywhere there's going to be huge numbers of people gathered together. That's when they first started noticing it, and then it just became a thing to where it continued on. Exactly. Everybody want to be the chosen ones. That's honestly, now it's gonna be some folks that really don't like what I got to say when I say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. That's one of the reasons Israel is suffering so damn bad. They want to be chosen so bad and behave some of the worst of anybody. How you gonna be chosen and you got the right to go out and unalive other people, arguing over a strip of land that ain't yours no way, that God promised you and never gave you, and now you still fighting over that same patch of land 2,000 years later, but you the chosen one. Like, really? Get out of here with that nonsense. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely, X King KX, but we know better. That's why I say when I first became interested in spirituality, well, I was a conspiracist for a while, and I had some folks that tried to introduce me to a lot of stuff. They introduced me to Tommy Sotomayor and Tahuti Ma'atra and Umar Johnson and Phil Valentine and all of them. And when I listen to them ignorant dudes sitting there and they still, the stuff they're saying out their mouth is, I mean, it ain't even low key racist. It was just racist. Umar Johnson has had a resurgence up here on YouTube recently. Every time he opened his mouth, I just want to smack him in it, because I'm like, how do you consider yourself a teacher of the people and you still saying ignorant crap like you saying? He not only does he hate white women, he hate black women too. And the proof of the pudding, like you say, by somebody's fruits, you will know them. That man has been supposedly traveling around the world teaching for the last 20 years, been trying to raise $2 million to make a school. And unless it just opened last week, he ain't got that school open yet. 20 years and he couldn't raise $2 million. What kind of a teacher and a motivationalist is that? Either you a charlatan or you a piss poor motivator. What is it going to be like in the future, 10 years from now? They're going to have to come up, I believe within the next 10 years, because they're heading into a little mini ice age. They're going to have to come up. I'm not going to even say come up with. They're going to have to release some of the ideas for free energy that are already here. Another documentary that probably got taken down years ago. I think he was part of the Remington family empire. I think it was Remington. One of the kids that was in that family did a documentary talking about free energy on this planet. It was talking about toroidal energy. Yeah, but they're gonna have to do something, because they've been talking about how inefficient or how it's gonna run out of fossil fuel and blah blah blah. But the colder it's getting, a lot of the power lines, the gas lines and electric lines that were put up in this country 100 years ago, they can no longer carry the load of the fuel or the energy that's needed to be traveled, especially because you're seeing that our summers are getting hotter and our winters are getting colder, because there's a planetary water change that's about to happen. It will create a mini ice age, and those folks are either going to have to move out of those areas or they're going to have to find more efficient ways of heating and cooling. And it ain't like the government don't have that technology already. They got it buried somewhere in them NASA warehouses. You know that. You said the so-called rapture or some mass exodus event where they take Inky's children out of here. Bro 100, now I got some thoughts on this. I hope you're ready. Because in the lost book of Inky, let me do this. I'm gonna take this mic off so I can plug up the charger. Bear with me a second here. Okay. In the lost book of Inky, there's a somewhere in there, and I can't find an exact page or whatever. Oh, you're good. You're good, Nicole. You're good. But in the lost book of Inky, there's a, you said a cognitive dissonance. Yeah, there is a point in there where they mention that after, oh, for sure, Doctor Strange Doom, and that's what I'm getting ready to talk about now. After the end of the flood, well, okay, I'm trying to think. The evil wind. No, I think the evil wind came after the flood, but however that goes. But after the end of the flood, they knew that another cataclysm would be coming to Earth. They said within 2 shars, which would be within 7,200 years. We're in the second shar now. It hasn't completed since the flood. It's been at least 3,600 years since the flood. So we're in the second shar right now. We don't know how far we're in it. I'm not even trying to calculate. But they said before the end of the second shar, that there would be another cataclysm coming. And I believe that the government believes that too. They show us stuff and hide it in plain sight. In 2009, they did a movie called Knowing with Nicolas Cage. In that movie, they knew that a cataclysm was coming. It wasn't going to destroy the earth by water. It was going to destroy the earth by fire, like a nuclear situation. And everything was going to be destroyed. And there was an off-planetary faction, aliens, if you will, that contacted the governments some kind of way, and they had made arrangements that they were going to take up a bunch of children and a few adults to teach them, but mostly children, that they were going to take up those children in those spaceships so that they would be preserved, and they were taking seed samples and all of that other stuff, and so that once this cataclysm was over and it was safe to return them back to Earth, that they would be brought back down to Earth, the seed samples and all of that would be preserved, and that those children would be the next generation to basically accomplish the reset and create new Earth. That was a movie in 2009. And we started getting all of them Left Behind movies about the rapture and all of that. Get this clown out of here. You know what? I pity you because you are so unintelligent that you honestly think that your nickname is cute and that stuff you keep saying is cute. Exactly. They were going to do a complete reset to reseed the planet. They brought, just like Noah had the animal and seed essences, according to the lost book, they tell in Christianity, they tell you he rounded up all of the animals 2 by 2 and 7 by 7 and blah, blah, blah. And in the lost book, it says that he had the essences, which would make a whole lot more sense. Because I couldn't figure out on, she talking about, who was asking the question about the Adam and Eve and the children. My question with the flood was, by the time you put a Komodo dragon on the ark, if that didn't eat everything in there, how were they going to survive the flood with a Komodo dragon, a pair of them? They don't even like each other, much less other stuff. And you're saying that they put that on there, and then you closed up this box. You completely sealed it up with all them animals up in there. How did they not fart each other to death? That part, you know? I had my questions about the flood story, you know. Rosalind, yeah, they are tarot cards in the back. I have over 150 decks of tarot and oracle cards. I'm just not pulling tarot right now. I'll probably pull some tomorrow. You do the cheat and peep them out though. I got racks on racks on racks on racks of tarot cards. Exactly, Dr. Strange Doom. That's why I said, somebody else was saying that I think, was it Nicole? Somebody was saying that they used to get in trouble by asking questions. As a child, I got in so much trouble because, first off, the whole premise that we was the only people here never made sense to me anyway. I said, no, you're saying on the 7th day God rested, so you mean to tell me that because it was a random Tuesday, he went and did all of this in his creative days, however long it took him to put this here, this earth part here. And then he decided he didn't want to do nothing else for the rest of all time, nowhere else in the galaxy, nowhere else in the universe. He just rested, just gonna be a lazy slug from now until the end of time. That don't even make sense. If we're made in God's image, we can't stop creating for nothing. So why would we think God would stop creating? So I asked the question, I was like, I have plenty of good discernment, Red, and I pray for you to have some too. That's why I'm teaching and talking about the things that I'm talking about. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. I would rather you didn't pray for me. If you're going to pray to Yahweh, please don't pray for me. I'm just asking you. Yeah, exactly. That's what people don't understand. We are a new creation, and we kind of a big deal, y'all. That's what you don't understand, because religion done told you you ain't shit, you're dirty, you're less than, you're all the rest of that stuff. You are kind of a big deal. You are so much of a big deal that they had people pulling up from all kinds of planets to see you. That's why the Eden was there. Adam and Eve were literally on display. Daddy Anu, was so thrilled by the idea of what they did that he came here all the way from Nibiru just to see Adam and Eve. And you think he was the only one? Word travels through the galaxy pretty fast. Exactly, bro. 100. It wasn't no boat. They took Christianity to give us the kindergarten washed down story, and people get so arrogantly stuck in that story. And Enki, in the lost book of Enki says that it was the creator of all sent a messenger named Galzu to him, and Galzu gave him the dimensions for the craft that Noah, Ziazudra, was to build to be preserved during the flood. And Enki went and stood behind the wall. He still followed along with that ridiculous mess Enlil was talking about. He did not show his face. He talked to him through the wall and gave him the dimensions of the ark and told him how to do it, and even told him what to tell the neighbors so that the neighbors helped him build it. It only took him a week to get that built because they had it done. He had everybody pitch in. He told them that his Lord was upset with him and he had to go sail, and he was going to go and entreat Lord Enki and da 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 da. So all of his neighbor folks pitched in and helped him build the ark. And Noah and his sons were not the only ones that got on it. One of Enki's other sons, Noah was one of Enki's sons, but one of his other sons got on there on the boat with him, on the ark with him. The moon is something, honestly. I done told you, Red, if you praying to Lord Enki and to Lord Enlil, don't pray for me. I know who he is. I had a relationship with him for a number of years. I renounced it because I know who he is. And if you get that irritated by my videos popping up in your feed, just hit the suggestion so they don't come up there no more, because I don't need or want you praying to Yahweh, Jehovah for me. Please don't. I don't want your God to bless me. I know he's a devil. Yeshua said he was a devil right there in your Bible. And you don't understand what you're looking at. But I do. So I don't need somebody that's still stuck in ignorance to insist on praying to a dragon for me. Thank you, but no thank you. Exactly. And Yeshua said the same thing, Tango. That he said, greater things greater things than I have done will you do. You can't hear me? You said mic check? I had to unplug it and go open air. Oh yeah, Doctor Strange Doom, exactly. They know so much, and they're just gonna I'm like, again, I don't worship Yahweh. I don't follow Yahweh. I follow Yeshua. He said, pick up your cot and follow me. He was leading folks away from Yahweh. He wasn't leading nobody to Yahweh. I don't need nobody to pray to Yahweh for me. The pyramids were built by Thoth, Nicole Davis. They are communication centers. They are here to assist the energy of the planet and all of that good things. But yeah, they were built by Thoth. He says so in the Emerald Tablets. You don't see no pain in my eye, brother. I'm good. Brother, sister, whoever you are. Oh, let me turn this down. It might be because I had to, in order to plug up my phone, I was getting really low on battery power. So I unplugged the mic so that I could plug up the battery. Plug up the phone. You're not looking at pain in my eyes, Red. Ain't nothing happened to me. I'm good. I mean, stuff happened in the past, but stuff didn't happen to all of us. But I'm having a good time sitting here. I got a lazy eye. Maybe that's what you're looking at, but I'm good. He said that Tango, he said that he used sound and energy vibration to move those stones. I mean, obviously, they had to have used some kind of telekinesis, teleportation, something, because some of those stones weigh like, what, 20, 30, 40 tons each? And they're all cut so precision, so with so much intricate precision. Yeah. Red, I understand that, but that's not a little criticism when you come in here and tell me about how you gonna pray for me because you feel like I'm wrong. You can feel like I'm wrong all day, but I don't want you to pray for me, not if you're praying to Yahweh, because Yeshua has shown me in that Bible, and I've been teaching it from this platform, that Yahweh, El Elyon, the destroyer, is the same being that is Satan the devil. And he told the Jews to stop worshiping Yahweh, and therefore the Christians should not be worshiping Yahweh. It ain't my fault that they still stuck in ignorance and doing it. I'm trying to wake them up. So I don't need anyone to pray to Yahweh for me. And again, I'm not upset. I'm just saying I really don't need or want that. I have been telling you, if I keep popping up in your feed and you keep listening, go back and listen. Go to my playlist, Modern Mystic Loved Ones, and there's plenty of videos there that will give you the whole lineup. Yes, I've read this for myself, Natalia. Yeah, they want me to listen, but they close their ears to me. Yeah, right. God backwards is dog, and evil backwards is live. And they literally have given us a broken mirror. People don't understand that. That's one of the things, and I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because apparently Red came in a little bit later, and it's okay. I don't mind repeating to some degree. Hey, Barulo, how are you? Good morning. When they look at this scripture, with the scriptures here, and Genesis, the first book in the Bible, that's the genes of Isis. She was the second geneticist on the Adamu project. Lord Enki was the primary geneticist. Ninmah and Thoth were the secondary geneticists on the Adamu project. Most of Genesis is discussing who begat whom and who begat whom. I talked about that the other day, Genesis chapter 5. It occurred to me a few days ago when I was reading Genesis chapter 5, that a lot of what we see in Genesis 5 are Lord Enki's hybrid children. When it starts naming them, hold on, let me go with it, because a lot of the ones that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 5 are also mentioned in the lost book of Enki. And here it says, this is the book of the generations of Adam. When the Elohim created man, he made him in the likeness of the Elohim. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and named them man when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he fathered a son in his own likeness after his image and named him Seth. The days of Adam after he fathered Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Thus, all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And then they start talking about Seth's children and who he had, and Seth fathered Enosh. And then Enosh was a hybrid. Kenan was a hybrid. Mahalalel was a hybrid. Jared, I believe, was a hybrid also. Enoch for sure was a hybrid. Methuselah for sure was a hybrid. Lamech, I think he is mentioned in the lost book of Enki, so I'm kind of thinking he was a hybrid too. And then they get that because Lamech was Noah's father. Hey, Mermaid on the Moon. Gerline, when I say a hybrid, the initial, according to the lost book, the initial hominid that was here was mixed with Anunnaki DNA. Enki and Nema put their DNA in the petri dish and mixed it to create the Adamu, Adam and Eve. But even after Adam and Eve were born and they started having children, Enki himself actually mated with other humans. He didn't go back in the laboratory and just lend his DNA in a petri dish. He actually physically mated with humans. Several times, a whole bunch of them according to Genesis chapter 5. But Adapa and TT, he mated with dawn and dusk to create the first civilized humans, which were Adapa and TT. But when you look through Genesis chapter 5, because I could never understand why it didn't really talk that much, it only named like, in Genesis 5, it names one, from the lineage of Adam, it names the one son and then one of the sons that son fathered. And I'm trying to tell you, when I started looking at that and realized that all of those names also popped up in the Lost Book of Enki, that is a record of Lord Enki's dalliances with humans. He did that, and some of it he did because he was just a horn dog and Papa was a Rolling Stone and all of that. But some of it he did deliberately to shore up our bloodline, the Adamic bloodline, Adam and Eve. He noticed that our intelligence began to slip. That bloodline was devolving too rapidly. And to stabilize the human genome, he selectively mated with several humans to put more Anunnaki DNA into our bloodline. Who was the first black person on earth? Adam and Eve. It tell you right there in the Lost Book. That's not a lie. That's in the Bible. But it's Adam. They said his skin was like the color of red earth, and his hair, it was smooth. Blah blah blah. I mean, his hair was dark, and his skin was like dark red earth. And Eve, her skin was more, according to the Lost Book now, Eve's hair was sandier, but her skin, it said, was more like sand color. She was lighter. She wasn't white, but she wasn't dark as Adam, but her skin was sandier. You can get up out of here, Jesus is God. I'm trying to tell you. And Yeshua, what do I believe about him? I believe, let's go back to John 1:1, because it don't matter what I believe. Let's see what the books say. But again, you got to know what you're reading in this book. The main thing about this book, in order for you to be able to understand it, number one, you have to understand how and why it was put together. Go back and look at what happened with the First Council of Nicaea and all of that good stuff, and understand that the way it was put together was designed to create a unifying religion from all sorts of different religious traditions and beliefs, that they pulled everything in together. And do know and understand that the person that created Christianity did not love, worship, or any ways other have any regard, special regard for Yeshua, or what they call Jesus Christ in the scriptures. He was very much a sun worshiper, the S-U-N, up in the sky, and that Christianity was a vehicle to spread Yahwism into the rest of the world. They literally remixed Yahweh and renamed him Jehovah and used Yeshua as a mascot to try to be the bridge between these two. But the only thing is, you also have to understand when you're reading in the scriptures, not by a single person, but he was the one that called the Council of Nicaea. Emperor Constantine in 325 AD called the First Council of Nicaea. It met for 17 months, and they tried to come on an agreed upon, they were going to bring in all these different religious teachings from all, because they had a bunch of different little pockets of religion all over the Roman Empire, and he wanted to create a unified religion. And So he called the council to see exactly what they were going to put in this religion. And he had the presbyters, the ones who did follow Jesus, they were allowed to have their say so too. But even after 15 months, 17 months, they couldn't agree on what they were going to have. So he turned around and brought in that group, and they used a bunch of different ancient texts, but they have put this together in a way to create a storyline. But when they genericized these ancient texts, they took the names out if they were ever there completely, which they probably were, because the Anunnaki were very meticulous record keepers. But they put Elohim, well, everywhere it said Elohim, they put God. That is a deliberate, intentional, misguiding mistranslation. The word Elohim does not translate to God. It translates to powerful ones. Jesus is God. You can get up out of here, because I know what I'm talking about. You still hollering about Jesus is God. That shows your ignorance. Famed tuber, Elohim is Jewish, because the first half of this Bible is Jewish. Yahweh is a Jewish God. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And in order to sell Yahweh to the rest of the world, they renamed him Jehovah and tell us this story about the crucifixion of Yeshua, Jesus, but it's still promoting Yahwism. Hey, Niana. And hold on. And well, I'm trying to explain it now, level color green. I'm not preaching any religion, Rondera. I'm trying to help free people from religion if they choose to. Exactly. They use the murder of Yeshua as a vehicle to sell this Yahweh story. No, I don't believe that Jesus is only in there for a story. I believe that this was a beautiful man who was plunked down in the middle of the Jews to try to enlighten them and help them because they had chosen poorly. Again, the Jews were not always they were henotheistic. They were not monotheistic. They did not always worship Yahweh. They started worshiping Yahweh when Abram chose to worship Yahweh. You level color green, you giving me too many things to do at once, and I'm not jumping to your tune. If you want to stick around and listen, you can listen. But don't keep just typing random questions at me you're not even listening to what I got to say and then giving me another question. That's not even right or fair. Well, Satanist, you can go with that. I'm not a Satanist or a pagan, because truthfully, Satanism ain't nothing but another iteration of Yahwehism. And a real Satanist will tell you that. Yahweh is Yaldabaoth, the dragon. Satan, the devil, is Yahweh, Jehovah, Satan, the devil. You should know that, Astral the potato. You should know that. I don't do either, Itis. You make sure you don't smoke drugs and do alcohol. That don't have nothing to do with me. Who cares what Jan Michael Vincent was, Bailey? That's so random. Randira, I feel for you, honey. That's you. You choose to be Catholic, that's your business. But I'm trying to tell you that if you doing that, then I'm not any of that. No, I'm not Jewish. I'm spiritual, but I'm not Jewish. I didn't say Jesus was Satan. I said Yahweh is Satan. That was his title when he first came here from Nibiru. He was Satan of the Eden. His other title was Lord of the Command. His brother Enki, his title was Ea of the Apsu and Lord of the Waters. If you want to find out King Peaches, just sit here and listen. I don't have to keep answering to y'all. You here to argue, and that I'm not finna do. I don't have to argue in my house. I'm teaching. If you want to listen, listen. Oh, wow. No, Gerline, if you actually understood, Islam is not Christianity, but they basically worship the same God. It's another iteration of it. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are basically the same thing, as is Luciferianism and Satanism. But Satan is not Lucifer. You're right, because the word Lucifer means light bringer. And that scripture where it calls Lucifer son of the morning star is a deliberate mistranslation that was allowed to stay in church dogma for 200 years until they started teaching that lie. But the morning star refers to a light bringer. That may be referring to Lord Enki, but guess what? At the end of Revelation, they call Yeshua the morning star too. That part, that's what people don't understand. You sit there and listen to the Sunday school lies trying to tell you. I know what I'm talking about. No, I'm not an atheist. I would rather, Leah and Kevin, I would rather have a neighbor that's going to mind their business and leave me alone like I'm going to mind my business and leave them alone. But if we have a situation that come up where we all need to come together, that we could do that, and race don't make no difference. I don't care whether my neighbors are black, Mexican, Lithuanian, or none of the rest of that, as long as they're respectful neighbors. Real intelligent, real spirituality don't have no room for racism, Leah and Kevin. And the devil is a liar, but Yahweh is a liar. Yeshua said he was a liar in John chapter 8. I love you too, Valerie. No, I don't have a doctrine. Again, you're still trying to plug into what we've been programmed to believe of religion and religiosity. I am spiritual. I do not follow a particular religion. I do understand that there's some good in most of it, but anything that worships Yahweh, I've staunchly turned my back on, because I understand who and what Yahweh is, and I don't have nothing to do with it. I follow Yeshua and Lord Enki. I keep telling y'all I'm spiritual fame tuber, but that don't seem to be good enough for y'all. So I don't know what else to tell you. You're not gonna make me claim some kind of denomination that I don't follow. Good Lord. Exactly. I don't have to have a belief. That's what I'm telling you. I believe Yeshua told the truth, and I believe that organized Abrahamic religions are a lie. I believe that Lord Enki is the benevolent Elohim that came here, but he does not demand worship of us, but he is trying to awaken and help enlighten us, as is his son Thoth, who I also believe is another incarnation of Yeshua, or Yeshua will be an incarnation of him. That's what I believe. That part. I got it from a whole bunch of different books, and I've been talking almost 4 hours now. So if you don't understand Max Powers, you can watch this back and when it uploads, or you can go to some of my other playlists, because I ain't got a time to read. I really don't have the energy or the inclination to stop and go back to the beginning with you right now for all of this. But I got this from years of reading, research, meditation, all of that. Yeshua was baptized because baptism is just symbolism, Gerline. Water baptism symbolizes dying to an old way of being and being reborn to a new way of being. When Yeshua was baptized in the scriptures, the first thing that happened when he came up out of the water, like I said, the dove came down, and then through the clouds, you heard his father, Enki, say, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Follow him." Or who, I think he said, "I'm well pleased," with the baptism. And then later on at the transfiguration, he did the same thing. "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Follow him." But it was symbolic of leaving out of the old way of being and following something new. And the reason I firmly believe that Yeshua was not following Yahweh, but rather following Lord Enki is because the first thing he did after his baptism was went into the wilderness to do that 40-day initiatory fast. And the devil went right in the wilderness behind him to tempt him, taunted him. Oh, you say you the son of God? Well, why don't you make these stones turn to bread? And why don't you jump off this mountain? Because you know the angels won't let nothing happen to you. And why don't you just heckling? And it wasn't until after that 40-day fast that Yeshua came out and started his ministry and was healing and teaching and doing all the miracles and all of that. But he literally died to his former way of belief and being as a Jew and was reborn in service to Lord Enki. I don't think nothing about tarot and witchcraft. I read tarot and I don't fool with witchcraft, so there's nothing for me to think about it or not. That is Yeshua, honey. You can sit there and say that ain't Jesus all you want, but your Bible says it is. Just because you don't want to hear what I got to say don't mean it ain't in there. I've been reading this book for 50 years now. 54, actually. In Matthew 4, and what about, again, Matthew, Mark, and Luke were written by people that never met Jesus. I don't know who said it was a magnetic government. That ain't got what did that have to do with what we talk about, though, Nicole? They do a lot of mind control and a whole lot of stuff, but yeah. I call him Yeshua because Jesus is not his name. There was no letter J in the Hebrew language. When we say Jesus, that means hail Zeus. Zeus is another of Yahweh, Jehovah's names. In the Greek pantheon, he was known as Zeus. So when people pray to Jehovah, and in that prayer, in Jesus' name, they're not praying. They ain't talking about Yeshua at all. It's a binding spell to route that prayer back. Double down on routing that prayer to Yahweh, and then you close the prayer by saying Amen. That's a binding spell to Amun-Ra. That part. King Peaches, it says that a God and Elohim in the scriptures is named Yahweh, but that's not the God. You're saying God's name is Yahweh. I'm silencing you because you keep spamming this thing. Oh, you got three, instead of just saying your question and being done, you're wanting to keep scrolling and scrolling with all of this spamming questions. The scriptures say that Yahweh is the God of the Israelites. And he gets remixed and called Jehovah and becomes the God of the Christians here. But Yeshua, the one whom Christianity is supposed to be all about, when Yeshua got here, he told these people that they were worshiping the wrong Elohim, that Yahweh is the devil. That's the part that nobody wants to hear and understand. And if you insist on being loud and wrong and long in here, you will be silenced because you're not going to keep spreading nonsense. And again, Snyder, you're quoting you're quoting Yahweh. Yahweh is a liar. He said, before I am, before the Lord Jesus, before I am Abraham, I am, God has no name. All of that stuff. Yahweh do a whole lot of braggadocious lying about how he was the one before everything. He calls himself the Alpha and the Omega and all kinds of stuff up in here. That don't make it true. He also told y'all, he told Abram he was going to give him the nation of, he was going to make his name a mighty nation and give him a promised land. And 500 years later, he still had to turn around and give that same promised land back to the nation of Israel again, because he never gave it to Abraham. Hebrews 11:40 tells you that none of the faithful men and women of old had their promises fulfilled in their lifetime. It's right here in your book, Hebrews 11:40. Go look it up. The cool guy, I'm originally from Florida. I'm living in Georgia now. It is, Donna. That's why I keep repeating it, because people don't understand this programming that we've been receiving. It is programming. That's one of the reasons they want to take you to church from a little child, because up until the age of 7, you're literally, your brain is in a recording, a pre-hypnotic state. It's running theta, which is a programming mode. And once that stuff gets hardwired in, you could tell them the truth 11 times. They still want to believe the lie, because the lie is what they've been told. Mm-hmm. And like you said, anybody or any deity that demands worship, that's a sign of ego, which is a lower frequency. Yeshua said, don't worship me. Enki isn't demanding worship. The only one that's demanding worship is Yahweh. "1140" Russian accent. Hold on. I'll read it. Hold on. Because Hebrews is that's where they have that whole dissertation on faith. Hebrews 11:1 says, faith is the assured expectation of things hoped for, the evident demonstration of realities though not beheld. Well, the translation I was taught it from says that, but in this one it says, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. For by it the people of old received their commendation. By faith we understand that the universe was created by the word of God, so that it was seen. So what is seen was not made out of things that are visible. And then they go all the way down, talking about by faith Abel offered to God, blah, blah, blah. And by faith Abraham obeyed, blah, blah, blah. They all died in faith, having not received these things promised, but having seen them and greeted from afar. By faith Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Isaac. He going back to all of these atrocities that Yahweh insisted that these people do, and went and bragging about it like it's a good thing. By faith, when he was tested, Abraham by faith offered up Isaac, and he received the promises, was in the act of offering up his only son. Yahweh demanded that, he was like, I'm going to give you a son in your old age. He promised him that at 75, didn't fulfill the promise till Abraham was 99, and then turned around and told Abraham, take him up on the mountain and make him a blood sacrifice for me, cut his throat. What kind of God does that? The mental torture. Yeah, the preachers teach that like it's a beautiful thing, and I'm glad that the ram appeared in the thicket and all that. But for days, this man walked around thinking that he was going to have to cut his only son's throat just to appease Yahweh. And we look at that as if it's a good thing. We're supposed to worship a God like that. The devil is a lie. And all of these things, they talk about faith. Moses, it talks about what he did. He ran away and then had to put his neck back on the line to get the nation of Israel out for Yahweh. Talks about the people that crossed the Red Sea. And then Yahweh turned around and killed all the Egyptians that came behind him. And again, we preach that thing like it's a good thing. He murdered a whole army of people. And they repeat that story like it's cool. And he goes on and on and on. Then when he gets down to, let me see, it's not 1140, it's Hebrews 11. Yeah, 39 and 40 said, and all these, though commended through their faith, did not receive what was promised, since God had provided something better for us, that apart from us they should not be made perfect. So they're telling you straight up in the Bible, for all of those accounts that we have of all of these people that were told to do all these horrible things in the name of pleasing Yahweh, at the end of it all, not one of those people had their promises fulfilled. No, I'm not reading the Torah, my love, and I'm not going to. I told you, don't pray for me, Danielle. Pray for yourself. If you're going to pray to Yahweh, please don't pray for me. I'm not misled. I know what I'm talking about. You're the one that's misled, my love, but that's okay. No, Russian agent. I'm telling you that Yahweh justified slavery in the Mosaic law. They give you the rules for the slaver and the slave. The Egyptians were not worshiping Yahweh. Slavery back then was done as the spoils of war. But in the Mosaic law, Yahweh outlines the terms under which slavery is acceptable. That part. Yahweh justifies killing whole tribes of people. Yahweh justifies allowing for women to be held captive against their will, and the man can take her and do whatever he wants to with her, and she don't have no say-so in it. All of that stuff is outlined, and Yahweh sets the rule book for that. Yahweh don't give a crap about humanity. And people been steady worshiping this cat like he's a god for real, because he said he was a god. And for 2,000 years, we've been stuck in ignorance, worshiping an alien dude that came here and said he was a god. Yes, he's an advanced being. Their life forms are at least 1,000,000 years older than ours. But he's not God. And that's what people cannot see in their ignorance. And they coming in here telling me about how I'm misled, and they going to pray for me because I'm lost, because I refuse to continue worshiping an alien fool that said he was a god, knowing he ain't. But they rather stay stuck in their ignorance. But they did the same thing to Yeshua. They literally killed Yeshua. You said he was wrong for killing. No, I said that he was wrong for killing all them people, period, because the only reason Yahweh did all of that killing was because he wanted to hijack a people for himself. The nation of Israel was not worshiping Yahweh at that time. Yahweh had been exiled, and he no longer had a people, and he no longer had a land. He was a nomadic God out there trying to find a nomadic people to worship him. He was a nomadic Elohim. Again, you got to understand what you're talking about when you say God. These people these gods literally came here off of a spaceship. They're not sky daddy like they done led you to believe. They landed here, found a hominid, dared to play God by mixing their DNA with a hominid they found here in order to create a sentient being called Homo sapiens sapiens. They slingshot evolution by 500,000 years by bumping up the timeline. They played God, and then they put a worship gene in our genome to give us the propensity to worship, and told us they were gods. They're not gods. And y'all want so long, you want to stay in that slavery so bad. That you look here, he gonna sit here and tell me about how I'm schizo. No, Yahweh is nasty and schizo, Max Powers. That's the one who really behaves like he's a schizo. Yahweh. One minute he gonna tell him he gonna save him, and then literally the very next day he gonna kill all of them because he mad. No, Jackie girl, slavery is if you think what I'm telling you is slavery, then your mind is truly stuck. You're the one that's in mental slavery, my dear. If you think worshiping Yahweh is what you're supposed to do, you're the one that's in mental slavery. And I understand how it happens. That's why I continue to teach, because I was stuck in that programming too. But that doesn't mean that it's the truth. And you can laugh all you want, because I'm not the only one saying this. Like I said, it's dozens of teachers that's been saying this for over 100 years now. But the church got people so blinded that you can't even hear the truth. Rudolf Steiner literally said this 100 years ago, and people still acting like what I'm saying is something that's so out there that I'm just talking out the side of my neck. The rapture ain't even a real doctrine, baby. There's nothing in the Bible that really, I mean, they talk about somebody being caught up and taken or whatever. Honestly, if there is a rapture to be had, that's when you're going to really find out that Yahweh is a liar, because when what they describe as could be potentially seen as a rapture will happen shortly after Yahweh is destroyed. Niana, it wasn't only Enki's DNA. According to the Lost Book, Ninmah actually carried the Adamu. She carried Adam in her womb, and Enki's wife Damkina carried Eve in her womb. Now, when Adam and Eve were born, they were sterile. They grew up and everything was cool, but they didn't have any children. And Thoth, who was really, like I said, into the whole geneticist thing, he said, I think I know how to fix this. He didn't even tell them what he was going to do. It says that he locked the laboratory, locked everybody else out of the laboratory. He put Enki and Ninmah and Adam and Eve to sleep. And then Thoth took DNA from Enki's side and inserted it in Adam's side, and took DNA from Ninmah's side and put it in Eve's side. That's where we get that whole thing about the rib. They didn't actually take a whole rib. They injected, I would imagine, some sort of a bone marrow swap or transfer through the rib bones, because it said that he put their essence in Adam and Eve, and that allowed them to be a fertile breeding pair. But the reason I said only Enki's DNA, he didn't, Enlil hated humans. He never did any cross mating or breeding or anything else with humans. Enki was the one that not only created humans in the laboratory, but once the genome started slipping, he made it several times with actual humans. Isaiah Yisrael, you tweaking, boo, but that's okay. And David, oh, you want some foolishness, so that's whatever. It's all good. No, Jackie girl, I just understand that the God that humanity has chosen to worship isn't a God. That's the problem. He put himself out there, and you want to stay enslaved to him. If he's really a God and he really the truth, why are we still suffering so much hell after 2,000 years of worship to him? People been worshiping Yahweh on this planet for at least 2,500 years now. The Jews worshiped him for 500 years before Yeshua got here. The Muslims came along 600 years after Yeshua got here, and then Christianity smack dab in the middle. If Yahweh was right, why do we still have poverty, murder, death, all of the stuff that we see right now? He's proven to be a liar, and the people that want to follow him are still just as lost as they ever been. In the story of, yeah, no, exactly. I have been given the whole Bible. You ain't been given the whole Bible either, Maranatha. Because guess what? Bible only just means a book of recordings. The initial Bible, I think, had about 112, 113 books in it. It's been reduced down to 66 here. But if even 112, if you think that's the only sacred text that they found when they found the the Dead Sea Scrolls and the library at Nineveh and the Nag Hammadi library, they have unearthed hundreds of thousands of old ancient texts at this point. So ain't none of us been given the entire Bible. He said if he came to and he don't have to come back. He said he would continue to come back for the same reason that Thoth said he would continue to come back to humanity. He said he was not going to leave us as orphans. He would continue to come back to help us until our consciousness has expanded and we are free from the throes or free from bondage to that dragon that people are worshiping. That's why he continues to come back. He was plunked down in the middle of the Jews to try to stop them from worshiping Yahweh, to teach them something better. And they didn't want to hear it so bad that they killed him for it. Or they put the Romans up to doing it for him. So why would he come back physically? So people can unalive him again. Look at how hateful people are talking to me for trying to teach the very same thing that Yeshua was teaching. And people are in here coming at me. If he did come back here physically again, they'd turn around and try to kill him again. Because they don't want to hear it. They want to keep worshiping the dragon. But he came to liberate people from that, and he said he will stay with us. He's finished his ascension. He did his awakening and his ascension. He spent 18 years in spiritual study. Studied under Baba G, studied with the Tibetan monks, went through the whole tour of the pyramids, coming up from Ethiopia all the way up to the Grand Pyramid in Giza. He went through all of those initiations and received his light body. He's free to roam the galaxy or the universe at this point, but he said he will stay with us to help our consciousness expand too, just like Thoth promised he would do as well. I've studied some of Rudolf Steiner's work, Chuck. I didn't get way up into it. And oddly enough, interestingly enough, I was on one of the Rudolf Steiner channels today. First time in a minute that I've been there, but I was looking for something else and wound up over there. I was actually looking for, it's a Dr. Jan Greer or somebody's work, but somehow I wound up on Rudolf Steiner's page, and I did subscribe and listen to a little bit, but yeah. Nineveh is the place where Jonah was sent to preach. They was a very hard, stiff-necked people. They were very violent people, but they also had, I think they were a seaport, so they had a very, very extensive library, probably one of the more impressive libraries next to the library at Alexandria. And of course, we know what happened. They claimed the library at Alexandria burned, but you can best believe that before it burned, they got most of what was out there. So they probably burned a few books and to make it look good, but the vast majority of the library at Alexandria is probably underneath the Vatican as we speak. You said Halley's Handbook? I'll write it down and look it up. Hold on, I surely will. Exactly. And my thing is, why is it they still, but again, the Vatican been controlling all of this from the beginning. All of these people, they think, I'm Baptist, I'm Lutheran, I'm Presbyterian, I'm not. Christianity, period, came up out of the Vatican. The Catholicism was the first form of Christianity, closely followed by Greek Orthodox, but still, anybody, any religion that's using this as its primary book, any religion that's using the Torah and the Talmud as their primary book, any religion that's using the Quran as their primary book, those are Abrahamic religions that tie back to Yahweh. You said the Baal Tower, the Tower of Babel, they were improving themselves. Their consciousness was expanding, and Yahweh came along and saw that and had a fit and demanded that their language be scattered and all the rest of that. He wanted to keep them ignorant and in servitude. And when they started building the tower at Babel, he lost his mind. Yeah, Yahweh, because he was jealous. He was afraid that we would get too smart and figure it out. You see, he had a course with the 7 religions of the world. Think about it though, and that's one of the things this lady. It'll give me a perspective, Chuck, but the main thing I got from Steiner's work when he acknowledged the fact that in Genesis chapter 2, that the Lord and the Lord God mentioned in Genesis chapter 2 is not one individual, that's 2 different Elohim. I'm not saying that's all I need to hear from Steiner's work, but that was eye-opening enough to me to help me understand and crack the rest of this right wide open between that. And I mean, that wasn't the only thing. I've also looked at Edmund Bordeaux Kelly did a really nice exposition of Christianity where it was talking about Moses as a mystic and all of that. It's a lot of reading, but yeah, it's something amazing to listen to. David worshiped Yahweh. He did. And then again, truthfully, I'd have to go back and read through the entire account of David. He might not have been worshiping Yahweh. Because again, in this book, they genericize everything and put Elohim instead of actual personal names. Even Yahweh's name don't appear in here as much as people would think it do. Bro 100, that was actually his nephew Marduk that did that. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Marduk and Yahweh was on the same type of demon time. Both of them. They didn't give a rap about humanity. They was on some selfish, evil nonsense. Ninurta did that. I mean, not Ninurta. Marduk did that because, let me see, I think it was Ninurta that wanted that he was trying to stop in power. Hold on. Yeah. I think it was Ninurta that he was trying to stop from gaining too much power, and he unleashed the weapons of terror, and the evil wind destroyed Shumer and Eridu and and all of them cities. Yeah. But it wasn't Yahweh specifically, according to the Lost Book of Enki. Hey, Jamila Ali. Hi. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. In Genesis chapter 1, it talks about God. That would be the creator of all. That's the one who did the basic terraforming and bioforming of this planet, because that's what they describe, creating the heavens and the earth and the waters and the fish and the wildlife and the mountains and the foliage and all of the basic bioforming and terraforming that was here. But at that point, there was no sentient life here. By the time you get to chapter 2, who knows how many millions of years have passed, because according to the Lost Book of Enki, they knew Earth was here for a long time. They had not bothered to get here. Several people had tried to get here, but the hammered bracelet, that asteroid belt around the Earth, had taken out several spaceships, so they really didn't have no need to come here. They knew it was here, but they just didn't bother to look for it until their atmosphere started having problems and they wanted to turn. No, I don't believe that one. Archangel Michael and Ninurta are not the same. You will never make me believe that, because the personality of Michael is way different than Ninurta. Ninurta was an evil somebody. I can't believe that Michael and Ninurta are the same, bro. 100. Yeah. Oh yeah, Gerline, Earth is billions of years old, but they needed the gold, Niana, to. We don't know how old it is, but the history of the Anunnaki with Earth is 445,000 years old. So it's really a good chance that the Earth really is at least a billion years old, Travis. It's half a billion years of history just that the Anunnaki know about and told us about, if people would choose to believe and hear what was written down for us to understand. We don't want to believe that because the church told us it's 6,000 years old, and that's the lie our ignorant little booties will go with. because somebody told us that when we was little kids. Earth is that old, honey. And that's nothing compared to the rest of the galaxy. We're still the newest kids on the block. Nibiru is older than Earth. Right now, I'm having a discussion back and forth between the Bible and the Lost Book of Enki, Yahweh, my way. The Lost Book of Enki was a book that was Zechariah. Why don't you go about your business? I'm not lying to anybody. And who are you to come in and call somebody a heifer? You don't know me like that. And I guarantee you, if you saw me in the street, you wouldn't come in my face like that, coward. Good Lord. But no, the Lost Book of Enki is a book that was written by Zechariah. It actually is not written by Zechariah Sitchin. This is a translation of tablets that were discovered at at Nag Hammadi. And Zechariah Sitchin translated this work because he was born in Palestine, I believe, but Zechariah Sitchin was uniquely suited for this because he could read ancient Hebrew and Aramaic, and he could translate Akkadian and Sumerian cuneiform. So when he got the Lost Book of Enki, he was the one that was allowed to translate those tablets. And this book, the translation was finished, I think, somewhere around 98 or 99. This was copyrighted in 2002. Grand Rising Jamila Ali. You won't have, I won't be connecting with the quality of Quran, but okay. No, Enki is mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh and in the Enuma Elish and Atrahasis, but the oldest of these, the very oldest, would be this one. In this book, because we read the Enuma Elish and Atrahasis on this channel. But the problem with the Babylonian epics is they had started taking poetic license. You could really see a lot of the Marduk influence in there. He just made himself, he started switching the story up and making himself, doing a whole lot of stuff that, Marduk and Yahweh were both on that God complex ego type thing. So when the Babylonians start telling that story, there's a lot of places where he jumps up and takes a lot of credit for things he didn't do and all the rest of that. Let him tell it. He's the one that went and wrestled Tiamat and killed her himself, the dragon. He let him tell it. He's responsible for the explosion of Tiamat. They said that the gold that was on Earth was from the explosion of Tiamat, but Marduk done switched up the Babylonian tale to make people think that he was the one that went and took care of Tiamat. And then Tiamat was his mother. No, he won't, because Marduk was Enki's son. Tiamat wasn't his mother. But that's what I'm saying. You start seeing a lot of poetic, egotistical license taken in the Babylonian works that doesn't seem to be that way in the Lost Book. I like this book because he was more willing. It seems that this book seems to be a less egoic account of what happened. He gives the good and the bad, the bitter with the sweet. He turns around and tells you the things that they did that they shouldn't have done, the things that he had an existential crisis about, the things that he wondered if when that final day comes, if they would be judged for as well. In the introduction, he's willing to admit all of that, but he turns around and says the reason he had this book he dictated this to his scribe Andutsar was because he could see the trajectory for what was happening on the earth under the influence of Marduk and Yahweh and all of that. So he wanted to basically set the record straight, because after he had this book transcribed, he literally hid it away in a cave. He didn't want Enlil and all them to know he had written it. He had Andutsar write the book and seal it in an acacia, in a case made of acacia wood, and he hid it away, he says, so that in times in the future that a chosen one may be able to find it and may be able to help set the record straight. So that's one of the reasons why this book is so important to me. And honestly, yeah, Paul Out Loud, I've done a reading of this book on my channel. There is a playlist on the channel called The Lost Book of Enki. We go through it tablet by tablet. If you want to see more of an enactment, like a semi-animated movie, if you will, of it, the Astral Legends TV does a version of it on there, and it's like a 6-hour movie version. There's also a shorter, more condensed story, like a summation of it on, I think it's on Ancient Astronaut Archive, or no, Anunnaki Ancient Legend has a very abbreviated version of it on there. But like I said, I've actually read it on the channel as well. Okay. And y'all, it is, let me see. You say young child running into gold 3 times within 6. I'm not sure what that means, Jamila Ali. You said a young child running into gold 3 times within 6 decades of one's life. I have no idea what you're talking about. And yeah, Kia, Joanne Marie, the Bible is way, 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 way newer. It is the new kid on the block. It literally did not start being compiled until 325 AD, 1700 years ago. And truthfully, even then, the only people that could legally have any of the so-called sacred texts were priests and yeah, like priests and not even the lay preachers. It was literally like the priesthood. If you got caught with any of these texts before 500 years ago, you would be imprisoned or unalive. And the first print Bible was the Gutenberg. I think that was in 15 something. So literally like 500 years ago, the Gutenberg Bible was printed. And even then, at that time, only about 10% of the population could read. I'm not sure about that. Macbeth, she said, Macbeth to you use witches in a sonnet way of the Bible. I don't know. But I do, like I said, again, people just don't, they really don't understand. They don't. They're very, very sincere, but they honestly have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, it was done in the Greek and Latin and then into the King James Version. But again, we're saying the Hebrew Bible. It was not the Hebrew Bible. It was certain texts. And then the Greek texts and the Latin texts. It wasn't compiled into this until about 500 years ago. That's the part people don't understand. This was done and put together in a certain way to create a certain narrative. Job is right smack dab in the middle of this book. But most people will be very surprised to know that Job probably happened somewhere very, very near the beginning of the book, probably right after Genesis somewhere, is when Job should have happened. The timeline is jacked in this book because the story is put together in a certain way to create a specific narrative. Y'all, it's 12:30. I think, Chuck, that might have been why I was on the Rudolph Steiner channel too. I was trying to, and honestly, I started listening to it, but to be honest, it really didn't catch my attention. I'm gonna try to go back and listen to it. I had jotted it down when somebody had asked me. It might have been you that had mentioned Ariman, but I honestly, with what I've been given and the reason I've been given it, and from what I understand of Bible prophecy, next to the Anunnaki text, I honestly don't believe that it's real important for me to wade through Steiner's work on that level, talking about Ahriman and all of that, because that may or may not happen on the way towards Armageddon, but that Armageddon story is put in that book for a reason. Gerline, I've had several people tell me that I was supposed to teach. In fact, I had a lady that I didn't even know. I was working in, they ain't even open no more, Shields Tavern. I worked in Virginia in Shields Tavern for like 4 years, from 2008 to 2012. And I was there somewhere around 2011 or 12. A lady walked up to me. Several people stopped, and I had a lot of strange occurrences where people tell me, oh, they could see I knew Jesus, they could see me, you know, they could tell my aura was glowing, they wanted to stop and pray with me, not for me, but with me. But this one lady, she came from, I wasn't even waiting on her. She was in a whole different dining room. She came over and she just stopped and held my hands, and she was like, you have a ministry over your life. And I'm like, what do you mean? Because I was angry with religion. I ain't going in there. I don't want to be no me. She was like, no, no, no. Every ministry ain't from the pulpit, but you have a ministry over your life. And until you fulfill it, you're never going to be happy or fulfilled. And so I kind of sort of knew. But again, I had so much stuff in my life that I needed to heal and get over and all of that other stuff till I really didn't accept it. I think I really accepted that it was part of my spiritual calling around 2019 or so is when I really saw where it was kind of heading. I didn't know exactly what it was going to look like, but I kind of understood. Hey, Kendall. Hi. Hi, Snyder. Hi, Victoria. Honestly, I read Shakespeare back when they made us read it back once upon a time, but I'm not familiar enough with the plot of, I didn't really get it. That wasn't my thing. So I don't know enough about Macbeth by William Shakespeare to speak intelligently on it from any kind of a spiritual or scriptural correlation. I can't speak on that. So. And Plato, that's a human being that came along way after the fact. Is it possible, Nicole, that Plato, it may not be the be all end all of wisdom that we've given him credit for, if he's saying that we have to worship in order for something to be able to advance? Because one of the most advanced beings that's ever walked the planet, Thoth, who ruled for 36,000 years plus on this planet, says something different than Plato. I think I'm gonna believe what Thoth said over what Plato said in that regard. I'm not saying Plato didn't know some stuff, but I think people put way too much store in what Plato had to say if he's saying that we have to worship something in order for anything to be able to advance. The word religion means to bind or hold back. We'd advance a lot further without religion than we would with it. But then again, if we didn't have religion, if we didn't need religion to control us because we've been so adulterated by that bloodthirsty, nasty person that was putting religion in front of us, we behave the way he behaves. That's why the world is in such a terrible state right now, is because we have literally adopted Yahweh's way of thinking and being and moving in the world. I love Greg Braden, Lizzie Pooh. I really do. And he was talking about, well, I don't know about the Bible code. I'll go back and look at that as well. But I know he was saying, like, they found, basically in our DNA, there's a code too. That basically, we're talking about how Inky kind of left his signature, if you will, written in our DNA, and they found it. I'm not sure what you're saying, Thiago Marquez. I don't speak, I can't read or write what Spanish or whatever that is. I didn't know about that. Honestly, though, that wouldn't surprise me. They've been trying to figure out how to do that. Have you ever seen there is, look up Saint Germain, France, or French interview. I can't remember, I don't think it was the BBC, but there is an interview from the 70s where there's a gentleman who says he's Saint Germain, and of course nobody wants to believe it, and he's in modern times. He released a couple of records with a French singer during the 70s, but during that interview, he made gold. He turned lead into gold, or he didn't do it. He talked the interviewer through how to do it, and they turned lead into gold on there. Just a little bit, but yeah. Snyder, if you coming in here talking about why would Muhammad and Ali and Allah send black people to hell, you don't agree? This Quran, Allah, why would you believe anything then? Why would any loving God have people talking about going to hell, or black people, or any of the rest? Again, racism is not the sign of a God. Slavery is not the sign of a God. Misogyny is not the sign of a God. Therefore, Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh is not a true God. He got the world worshiping a monster. You're right. Why would Muhammad and Allah send black people to hell? Because they were stuck on some ignorant demon time. I said it. I believe Muhammad was sincere, peace be upon him, but I don't believe he was right. Just like I believe Abraham and Moses was sincere, but that don't mean they was right. You welcome, Gerline. Why don't I think that the Bible is connected with the Quran when the first chapter is the opening of the 7 seals, it's closed in Revelation? It may be connected to them, but first off, the seals, the opening of the 7 seals, if you understand the 7 seals being open, the Quran don't need to pick up where the Bible left off, because the Bible is a complete book. People always forget. They so busy preaching all of the hellfire and damnation, they forget Revelation chapters 21 and 22. It tell you what's going to happen. After Satan, the devil, Yahweh, Jehovah, is bound, that dragon, they said he'll be bound for a time, he'll be loose to do his works among humanity, and then he'll be bound forever, and he'll be destroyed in the lake of fire. And then in 21, it tells you that there will be an Elohim that will be coming down from the sky with New Jerusalem shining like a jewel. He's going to set up a new base camp, and he's going to deal peaceably with the ones who survived all of the torment and all the rest of that from Armageddon, the ones who threw themselves at the foot of the throne, and they're going to live peaceably with each other, and he's going to commune with them, and he's going to rule in peace. That part, Revelation 21 and 22 is in there for a reason. So I don't need to go back all over again. But the main reason I don't mess with the Quran, Jamila Ali, is because any religion that treats women the way Islam do, it's got to be a lie. I rebuke that. That's from the devil. Any religion that turn around and tell you that you can go out there and strap a device to yourself and unalive yourself and a whole bunch of other people in the name of Allah, that's from the devil. There's no truth in that. The stuff that Muslims do with their whole chest in the name of Allah, I rebuke every bit of that nonsense. It's from the devil. The same way Christians go out and unalive a whole bunch of people for their governments and stuff. It's from the devil. The same way the Jews can sit over there and be hollering about they got a right to the promised land, and Yahweh done told them 2 or 3 times they are stiff-necked people and he washes hands of them, and yet they still over there unaliving their Palestinian brothers and sisters, arguing over a postage stamp of land that don't belong to them. That's from the devil. They're all from the same because they worshiping the devil. Yahweh, Allah, Jehovah is Satan, Enlil, the devil. Y'all the Baals. That's why. I don't need, and that's the thing that they don't understand. I done read so much of this. I don't need to keep going. They want me to keep slogging around in that mess. I done read enough of this. I don't need to continue on and see if I'm going to get some other kind of spin on it from the Torah or the Talmud, or get a different spin on it from the Quran. Once I found out that all of those religions are worshiping the same God, it don't matter what the books say. It's all the same God. I don't need to worship that. I don't need to keep messing around. How many burning rooms do you have to walk through in a house to know the house is on fire and you need to get out? You smelt the smoke in the living room, so you got to roam on through the back kitchen and the upper hallway and the back bedroom and the downstairs and in the basement. No, you get your ass out the burning house. But Muslims keep trying to tell me I got to go and keep slogging through that hot mess. Hey, Ale Santa Maria. If Niana, that was the thing that I mentioned the other day. Wait a minute, hold on. So I have to remember the women from the beginning time. I understand what you're saying, but women have a very great standard philosophy within the growth. Yeah, but within none of the Abrahamic religions, they don't. Women are told to sit back and shut the hell up in Abrahamic religions. In Christianity, she got a little bit more freedom, but even then, she's told she can't pray or preach or prophesy in the congregations or nothing. If she's in the presence of her husband, she's supposed to cover her head and blah, blah, blah. The Jewish women got to stand back. They have separate this and separate that. Modern Jewish women are a little better in America. I don't know what they're doing over there across the way. But all of them are extremely repressive, violent religions. No. But Niana, that's what I mentioned the other day. If people are following the Enlilite Abrahamic religions, and the world has been steeped in violence ever since, think about the world we would live in if the whole world was Buddhist or Jainist. Think about that. You can't pay a Buddhist to pick up a pew-pew and go unalive nobody. Not for God, love, country, none of that. It will not happen. A Buddhist is not likely to see their brother or sister hungry and refuse to feed them. Certainly not going to be trafficking no children nowhere. It's not going to happen. Think about it. But they say that Buddhism is wrong and all that other mess is right. We would be living in a completely different world if we were Taoist, Buddhist, Jainist, Shinto, any of those Inkiite philosophies. The Enlilite religions have the world lost. The Inkiite philosophies could bring peace. But here's the thing, Jamila Ali, what you fail to understand is that You talking about the army having to deal with certain things? If we didn't have the greedy, propagandistic governments in place that we have all around the world, we wouldn't need no armies. And the main reason we had a greedy, propagandistic governments that we have is because we have the greedy, bloodthirsty, violent religions that we have. They put in God they trust right on their money, and then had a priest standing out there blessing the warships that are on their way out to go unalive people to create more greed and money and imperialistic money, land grabbing and all that kind of nonsense. I didn't call Noah a double, and I didn't call myself the devil either. I called Yahweh the devil, and I said Noah, Zia Zudra, was Enki's son, not Enlil. So I don't know what you're talking about, Jamila Ali. You don't listen very well. You said my arm, your two legs, and my other arm, my head is to God within thee myself. So if I call Noah a double and if I call myself the devil, you're not really arguing godly. I don't, you need to, I can't even understand what you're talking about. No, you said, what muscles are telling you to have frankincense and myrrh, a burning fragrance? So what do that have to do with anything? Now, you on some foolishness, Jamila, and you're going to be up out of here in a minute. I said, I'm used the illustration of being in a burning house. I said, Muslims are always trying to tell me about how I need to go and read the Quran. And I said, I don't need to read the Quran once I understood that Muslims, Jews, and Christians are all worshiping the same God. I don't need to keep slogging my way through all their sacred texts. I done read enough of this one that I don't need to keep reading the Quran and the Talmud and the Torah and all the rest of them. I know I don't want to worship a bloodthirsty, violent, jealous God, no matter what the books say. Yeah, it can't be for her because she talking all. I can't even understand what she talking about. Now I'm trying my best to understand, but it don't even sound like, yeah. I've been Carol Tuttle. I've been on now at this point since about for about 5 hours. I do come on earlier. You're in a different part of the, well, it's almost one, it's two, you're an hour behind me. I typically try to come on by about 7 or 8 in the evening. I'm gonna try to make it earlier tomorrow if I can get my readings and stuff. I'm gonna do some tarot earlier in the day. I'll try to get on around 6 if that can help out a little bit. Cause I'm getting ready to go now. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I've been at this for a long time today. Denise, how about you get a job? Key. Because you obviously don't have no life. You coming in somebody's house talking crap. And whoever you are, you thank you there. They can go. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I am going to call it now because you can see they're getting super disrespectful. And if we're going to do this again tomorrow, I got to get some sleep. I want to get on here and I got some pre-recorded stuff I need to get out for the ones that don't really jump on the live streams like talking about it. So I appreciate your patience with me. For those of y'all that are waiting on the readings, I am going to bear with me, y'all. Like I said, I'm taking my stuff, so hopefully my hands will cooperate and I'll be able to get those done too. But I do, whether I get the tarot part done in the morning or not, we will be back. I'll be back on tomorrow evening so we can pick this back up, and I'll try to make it in around 6 o'clock if that'll help y'all out. All right. I love you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for all of the mods that hung with me that were able to. Y'all are amazing. I love you, love you, love you. Peace and blessings to you. Namaste. Good night. Do that, headlines. Absolutely. Love you. Talk to you later. Have a good night, y'all.